7 o'clock in St. Louis, you're listening to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Chairman Kurt still battling illness, which means Jackson will be manning the Collier and Thompson phone lines. And you can put him to the test by just calling in all the time at 314-974-0101. If you choose not to call in, Doug, we have this Air Comfort Service text inbox where people can get involved at 314-399-9646, and then the YouTube chat where friends have already gathered in anticipation. And perhaps people are going to be at home today, Martin, with the snow. 60 people were waiting for us when I opened up the YouTube channel, youtube.com/TMA STL.
Today is a day to be safe, Doug, out of an abundance of caution.
Oh, I like that.
Jackie is the wordsmith on this dais, and abundance of caution is the new buzzword from all the schools.
I feel like I spent about half my life getting to work in days just about like this, and now suddenly it just paralyzes the city, just shuts us down completely.
I'm sure our friends that are in the rural communities, and we're big. What's the latest demo, Tim? We're 80% rural.
Yeah, the Festus surge has really improved
Move the
things.
needle. I'm sure there are some rural areas where the roads are bad, so I understand that. But it does seem we're crippled rather easily these days. It's
While everyone's driving a big SUV and four-wheel drive vehicles.
going 60 down
I
Olive
can't leave my
yesterday.
garage.
Jackson, you don't support that, do you? Jackson actually takes the other side of this conversation. Ladies and
There we
gentlemen,
go.
from Horton Watkins, class of 2016. He will be locked in on the Fighting Tigers of Missouri tonight as they deal with Roll Tide. Jackson Burkett.
Nothing wrong with being safe.
There you go.
I mean, who are you trying to prove something to?
Doug, are you trying to prove something to
I'm
somebody?
just trying to go to work and keep the country moving.
Yeah, you can work online now. Think about one guy goes out there, gets in an accident, slows down traffic, maybe hurts themselves, hurt their car for
It
what?
could happen on any day. And
But it's more
can,
likely on a day where there's ice and snow out there.
Well, you can always play it safe and sit on your couch your whole life, I guess.
That's a good oppo take.
What about the kids? What about the kids?
E-learning.
And the learning.
E-learning.
Pshaw.
That's like no learning.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Doug. Kids
Takes
are at home.
one
You know what they're doing?
Takes one school bus going over, and then what?
Well, I want everybody to be safe. Maybe today's a good late start. Let's compromise. Instead, they're home for a third straight day, making messes.
Your kids were home yesterday?
Yeah, but home yesterday.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, Tim, an abundance.
Abundance of caution.
And I'll be fair to the administrators. I think there are times when teachers can't get in. That's part of it. I also think they're so scared they're going to get sued or somebody's going to get hurt. I understand that as well. But I think now we're so spooked that we just, okay, never mind. Snowflake. Boop.
Let me pose this question, not just to this dais here on 101 ESPN, but to our friends in the audience. Are you, and Doug, you always talk about how many really like cardiologists and attorneys listen to this show. It's an old money show.
Dr. Heavy.
And that's why
Well, I have a carport.
there are those
Dr. Heavy.
occasional exceptions, but otherwise, that's why Stiefel sponsored the dossier. They know the net worth of the listenership. So let me pose this question to the counselors in the community. Are we familiar with litigation towards schools and or school districts when someone got in an accident during snowy conditions? I would imagine there would have to be precedent.
Oh, I'm sure there's one out there somewhere.
Well, but I'm looking for a specific case. This is law school today here, Jack.
Oh, well, I don't have it.
That's why I asked the counselors.
School districts would probably know.
Well,
That's
because
why I'm asking the counselors.
our premise is based
Where's
on
Brown and Crouppen?
avoiding lawsuits. So Tim's question, if I can crystallize, is saying, is it really a thing? Much like we had a wonderful trip to spring training, security was a little tight for the media entering the building. A lot of walking around that way to go that way, but don't go this way. And there were a handful of us in the media. And I bring this up because Doug said, yes, this is all based on precedent where all of the media were storming spring training facilities and creating problems and havoc around the country.
Terrorizing players and skippers.
And actually there was no real precedent of that, yet we followed the rules because that's what we do. So to Tim's question, is there precedent?
That's what I'm looking for. And I would imagine there would have to be.
Is it really more dangerous to drive slowly in snow or to drive fast when the roads are clear? I bet there are more deaths when the roads are...
But you're thinking about it. You're
Ladies
breaking
and
down that
gentlemen, Jackson
sentence.
Burkett.
I bet there's more fatalities when the roads are completely clear and people are driving fast. You might have a lot more fender benders when there's snow, but I bet there's far more deaths when people are going fast.
I wonder if big insurance is behind it. They don't want the claims, Doug.
Big Geico?
Big Geico, big insurance, not James. He wouldn't do that. He's a man of the people, James Carlton.
Amen.
But I wonder if
potatoes.
Wonder if big insurance is saying keep them home, keep the accidents to a minimum.
Could be. Yeah.
So big insurance text in,
Counselors
text in.
Let's see.
School administrators.
Wedding tackle. Doug, at the top of this Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. My father has been on the local school board for over 20 years. You cannot imagine how ungrateful and overbearing the parents are about blaming the school for their kids' problems. That's from Wedding Tackle. So that's not necessarily a court case, but it's an overarching thought from Wedding Tackle.
Yeah, I think if you're a principal or a superintendent, you're sick of getting beat up no matter what. The safe move is to just say, let's stay home. And Jackson supports e-learning. I see a lot of kids making cookies. I'm sorry.
The kids are baking.
A lot of baking going on. Not a lot of arithmetic.
Is it home ec? Is it home ec?
No, not part of the classwork, Jackson.
All right. I don't know.
And a lot of people saying, hey, can we run out and get some pizza? Hey, where are we going for lunch? I'm like, you're home for the day.
In the YouTube chat, where now the numbers have doubled to 121 friends here in the early going of the morning after on February 19th, 2025. Like the netting in baseball, why wait for a fatality, Martin? That's from Murray, and he's got a lot of R's and a lot of A's and a lot of Y's in his name.
Like Bob Shepard. Now texting, Murray. Yeah, be safe. I understand that. I think we've gone a little too far, is my point.
The Bridgeton landfill fume huffer.
Oh,
Good
gosh.
name.
He better have counselor.
In caps, Doug, does that mean
Yeah,
screaming?
he means he's really serious.
You dorks couldn't make it in 3 weeks ago. Now you're high and mighty? Did we miss a show?
No, we were asked to stay home on that one Monday.
Oh, well, yeah.
Out of an abundance of caution.
Right.
Coach Kiowski asked everyone to stay home, and we did the show from home.
He's a coach?
Well, he's the leader of the team.
Oh, I like that coach.
Yeah, when you get directed like that, that's what you do.
You came in because Jeff
Via my
Burkett,
father.
who once coached Greg Lieb, he drove you in
Yes.
on that Monday.
And certainly there are days when you get the kind of snow we had back then, which was 8 to 10 inches, and
Right.
roads weren't plowed. Then you don't have much of a choice.
Right.
But if people are going 60 miles an hour on the highway, you can probably get to school or work or wherever you need to go.
It's not as brutal today.
Of
No,
course,
that's close.
Libby Jack would prefer e-learning. His Gen Z weenies have zero social skills. Doug, that's from Eric in the Central West End.
Wow.
And he is
Odd color.
attractive, but you're not attracted to him.
Wow. There's a lot of projecting in that text.
The main message, Doug, is be safe, be smart, and for the kids who are right now up early listening to the show,
Yeah, we have a lot of kids listen to this.
get online, get to your e-learning. Don't just sit around thinking you're going to win email the day. You got homework to do, kids. Put
Yeah,
the cookies away. Let's go.
I only did e-learning for a very short period, and that was in college, so I don't really know how it all goes. I'm sure it's hell for the teachers, too, so it's not like they're getting it's like a nice little off day, like they're not going into work because they don't want to go to work.
I feel bad for the teachers.
Yeah.
I feel bad for the administrators making that call. And do you do it at midnight? Do you do it at 5? Everybody gets that phone call at 5:30 a.m. And the kids are just sitting there waiting.
Obi Kenobi's lightsaber says lols. Doug, do you like when a text starts
No,
lols?
I don't. I don't care for it.
Says the olds, load up the wagon, hitch up the horses, pack the shovels. No new ideas allowed here. That's from Obi Kenobi's lightsaber.
No new ideas. And the idea is go to school, go to work when you can. I'm looking out on Olive Street right now, and cars are buzzing around just like they do in the middle of May. They're not going slow. They're not spinning out. I get it. You want to be safe. Nobody wants to crash their car or risk it, especially with kids are involved. I'm just saying, in general, I think we spook a little easy when the weather gets
I
bad.
think it's a fair take right there, Doug.
Oh, really? I thought you were on the other side of this.
I am. I think, but Doug had a nice precaution at the beginning. He had a nice addendum in the front saying,
So many big words. I don't know.
I'm going to text in his Doug's addendum.
I was just saying, you get why people do it, but in general, we probably can get to places. Four-wheel drive vehicles exist. A lot of people have them. But if you can stay home and you're not going to, you can still work or your kids can still learn a little bit, probably just best to stay home. Why risk it?
There is a big price to pay for businesses when everyone stays home. if you're running a mom and pop shop or any kind of business, and everyone's been told that it's too scary to go outside, that has a big economic effect on a lot of people.
Oh, the restaurants hate it when a snowstorm is predicted because people will cancel their reservations in advance.
Right.
Jay Jr. used to always rail on the fact that the weather apps would show a raindrop like it's going to rain, then no one would come out to the golf course.
That's all it took.
Spread the love, dog.
Yeah, maybe Big Parent is behind all of this, complaining.
Big Parent.
Yeah, they all get together. They have meetings.
If you get in an accident due to the snow, is work going to pay for it? That's from the St. Louis Silly Ninny.
No, not in the snow and not when it's not snowing. People do get in accidents when it's not snowing.
I wonder if you drive a company vehicle, if that changes things. I'm no counselor,
You're not.
No. Nor am I classically trained in journalism. Kind of nomadic
Is there
in that
such
way.
a thing as classically trained?
I'm looking at a couple classically trained gentlemen right here.
I don't think you
What are you
are.
talking about? Who are you leaving out, bro?
Yes, unfortunately. The left side, the shortstop and third base of my view here.
Mike Wallace, classically trained, Doug. Would you say he was Bob Woodward, or is he a little left?
I don't know if you're trained or you just have the ability to do it.
Okay.
E-learning? E-learning? Let me tell you about e-learning. I walked up to my daughter at 10 o'clock yesterday, and she was sitting at her laptop watching a pirated version of Wicked. I asked if she was done for the day. She said, yep. That's from the Ichiro's American Hits.
Well, we
Is that
have
a Francesa callback?
Yeah. I remember changing that name the first
I like
week of
that.
February.
Doesn't the U.S. rank now like 25th in the world and among education?
That's crowdsourcing, bro.
I'll look it up.
Sorry, Tim, I don't have the copy in front of me.
We've fallen way behind most of
Does
the...
he ever have the copy in front of him? to be fair.
Those Manscaped ads you would do.
The new move is AMI, where the principal calls are a school, but you have a packet of work that you have to teach your kid throughout the day. It's incredible. That's from Arbor Day.
Puts a lot on the parents, though. Like, well, if they're working from home,
What is AMI? I'm sorry to ask.
AMI.
But I would imagine other people are thinking,
AMI.
oh, so nobody knew.
Well,
I've heard it and since forgotten. It's a new
I'm crowdsourcing
buzzword.
now, Doug. I'm joining you in crowdsourcing.
acute myocardial infraction.
No, I don't think it's a health issue. It's a buzzword for homework.
Advanced metering infrastructure.
Nice. Really nice.
Yes. Really tough, man.
On the program today, Jamie Rivers on tomorrow night's festivities. Can't wait. What kind of numbers is this thing going to do? Now it's on ESPN as opposed to ABC, and so that can impact numbers for those who do not have ESPN. And I know that might sound ridiculous, but it does exist, and when people project ratings, that is factored in. Although there was talk of ABC possibly picking it up in addition. I don't know if that would preempt... What, growing pains?
I don't know what they have.
And Jamie Rivers will join us to talk about that. And then also, friend of the show, coming in studio despite the conditions?
I think he's on the phone.
Oh, he's on the phone.
Coach Schertz, yes. And he picked 10 o'clock, and I got to tell you, I think he knows about the onboarding.
Yes, he does.
He was afraid I was going to grill him, so I might just stick around for old Schertzy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's trying to skirt me.
You're not happy about the loss at Loyola.
Well, there's a bunch of them to go over. I'm gonna hold him accountable at 10 o'clock.
What's going on with ILL, Jackson?
Well, they're really sick. I mean, they didn't even shake hands last night because they're so sick. And Brad Underwood's worried about them spreading their illness to
about that?
Wisconsin. They are.
So you can't shake hands, but you can sweat on those boys?
I think you'd have no
Breathe
choice
heavily on them and
the
everything?
ladder. I don't know. You'll have to talk to Brad Underwood. I didn't make that
Okay,
decision.
we'll get him on the horn.
Ivasic has been sick on and off for about 2 months now.
He said that one of their players has practiced
Maybe
once
that
in
explains
January.
what the hell's going on.
That, I think, is a big factor in it. And also, former Missouri Tiger, who was hurt all year, John Tanji, is possibly Big Ten Player of the Year, possibly first-team All-American, and he had 31 last night for Wisconsin. He's sick. So when you're looking at Mizzou last year,
You say sick, meaning he is on fire.
yes, apologies, different use of the term sick there.
Yeah.
Gosh, it's hard to keep up.
So when you look at Mizzou last year, how they went so bad in the conference, look at a player, John Tanji, who might be a first-team All-American, who was hurt all year last year.
I
for
want a
Mizzou.
Jackson source. Was he a grad transfer? Could he have stayed or no at Mizzou? You know what I'm saying?
I don't. It's so weird now with the COVID
Right.
year stuff.
I was trying to figure
he
out
was
if he
4
could
years
have
at
stayed.
Colorado State.
He's in his 6th year of college.
Yeah, he was 4
Looks like
years at
Belushi.
Colorado State, and I don't even know if last year counted for him because he was hurt so much.
I didn't know how good he was. And now I find out.
Alternative methods of instruction, call back to AMI. Ray King says, a.k.a. teach your own damn kids. These woke schools are pathetic. That comes from Ray King, fan and friend of Matty Mock. So ILL trending downward, Doug. Joe Lidorti had them as a 6-seeded bracketology yesterday.
Here comes a nasal talking.
Just telling you what he had them in
Okay.
bracketology.
How'd you like to be Coach Underwood? Your team's sick, you're struggling in the Big Ten, and you go, all right, what do we got this week? Oh, we're playing Duke. Like, out of nowhere, we're playing
It's
Duke.
relentless. It's relentless. And then Rock Chalk, which looked like a great win for Missouri earlier in the year, had their worst loss, tied for the worst loss in the Bill Self era. They were fired up at BYU last night, and right after watching TGL, tough night for Tigers team, Doug. I know you thought Jupiter Lynx would beat
I did, yeah.
New York, but Matt Fitzpatrick was really on. And they then switched the broadcast over to BYU and Kansas, and Rock Chalk got blown off the floor. They might fall out of the top 25, Jackson. When's the last time that's happened?
Boy, that's
Crowdsourcing part two.
This is back-to-back seasons with 7+ conference losses for Kansas. That's the first time since 03-04 for Bill. I mean, it's crazy. They are losing by 34 points.
34 points.
I know it's a road game, but
Tied Bill Self's worst loss ever.
yeah, USC.
They're 17-9.
Yeah.
You always look at the Kansas record, and they're 22-3, 25-4, 17-9.
Ugh, it's
Oh,
really bad.
what do you mean? Like you're upset about it?
Yeah, look at you.
0%
Feel bad for Kansas?
chance.
What's going on here?
No, my Bill Self hate has subsided a little bit in the last couple of years, and I hate that happened. Like after Mizzou beat them, he was so gregarious in the post game, and I hated that. Like I really wanted him to be.
You wanted him to be
gregarious.
mad?
Yeah, I wanted him to be all fired up and angry and mad at the
Blame
refs
the
or something.
refs so
Yeah,
you could hate him more.
Yeah, but he was really nice and gregarious about Missouri, and I was like, damn it. So my hate for him has kind of faded. My distaste for Kansas will always be strong, but him personally, it's a little less now. So.
How about that?
And their loss means the Missouri win over Kansas isn't quite as meaningful as it might
Yeah,
otherwise
I
have been.
think it'll still remain quad one as long as Kansas doesn't lose out. I think they'll stay top 30 in the net rankings. But if that falls out, yeah, that definitely hurts Missouri. But you have an opportunity tonight, Doug. Big opportunity.
Big opportunity. I might send a
roll.
Fox 2 camera over to your place just to get some live.
Oh, wow.
We love to hear from the fans.
Joining us right now, college basketball expert from 101 ESPN, Jackson Burkett. Jackson, your thoughts on tonight's matchup?
Alabama's going to hoist them. They're going to shoot, and they're going to shoot a lot of threes.
Take the over?
Alabama has scored 100-plus points 7 times. They've scored less than 80. They haven't done that since early January.
Get up there and guard them.
Yeah.
Gotta guard.
What they don't do is they don't force a lot of turnovers, and they like to cough it up a little bit. So if you're going to beat them, you got to win the turnover battle, and you got to take care of the basketball and run, get the crowd going on your side. That's how you beat them.
Number 4, Roll Tide at number 15, Missouri. 8 o'clock start tonight. Your number, Missouri, -1. I don't have a total, but again, that's my high school bookie, and I will not have to deal with him soon because did you see the news yesterday? How do you do? From a sports gambling site by the name of Covers, Doug. Are you familiar with Covers? You ever follow
No.
Covers? Outstanding to see the following tweet from Butler Bets. That's Ryan Butler. Missouri's online sports books could start taking bets as early as June 30th. State regulators confirm with Covers. No official deadline has been determined, but Missouri gaming officials remain on pace to have books licensed and live weeks before the 2025 football season begins. Bad news, won't have it for the NCAA tournament. Good news, we'll have it for the college and NFL seasons.
Makes sense. That had to be the goal.
Yeah.
All right, there were some logistical things to get it up and running, but football had to be the deadline
absolutely.
for sure. You know who's happy with Mizzou right now, basketball, is Illinois. I mean, that's their win over Mizzou, which at the time they probably thought, oh, we beat Mizzou, whatever. Now they're like, hey, resume's stronger because we beat Missouri. Look what they're doing down there.
Yeah, absolutely. Boy, I'm excited. I'm really hoping that this comes to fruition. We can actually place wagers legally in Missouri before football season. Too long, Martin. It's been too long.
Tam Avenue Capital Partners, just so dangerous on college football. It's just there are going to be a lot of people in this area making a lot of money rolling with me, Doug. It's going to be exciting for you. Yeah, it's essentially private equity at this point.
Okay.
So we'll be going out and doing a seed round for our new syndicate, and I know you wanted to put in. You're going to put in 150,000. I said it's got to be $250,000. It's kind of the floor.
Is there a number we call? You say, all right, here's today's guaranteed winner from the TAM Partners.
TAM Avenue Capital Partners. The total for Missouri and Alabama, not on my high school bookies website, but on Bovada, is 170.5. Jackson, is that a little too high for you? I mean, that's an 86-85 projection is essentially it, because the number is -1.
If I would say that it's likely. I would say going over is likely. However, Gates might want to slow them down because of how quick they play and how many points they put up. If you make them a little uncomfortable and slow the tempo down, I just don't like that for Missouri offensively. So I think they're going to try to create a bunch of turnovers and play quick. So yes, I like the over of that number.
Jackson has just released a 5-star play of the year.
Bama scores like crazy, man. Obviously, Missouri scores
guard
a ton.
them. Get out there and guard them. Get a hand in their face.
Absolutely. Anthony Robinson's the key. If he gets 2 quick fouls early in the game, like he's done a lot in February and late January, it could be a problem because he's going to be guarding Mark Sears, their stud guard. But if he can stay in the game, create some turnovers, create some hell, I think you can have a similar game to like when Ole Miss beat Bama. Just a lot of turnovers on one side. And
I see Alabama put up 107 on Oklahoma.
Yeah, they score, man.
Porter Mosier.
Really good. I mean,
Didn't go well for Porter Mosier at Gainesville last night.
They scored 102 on Kentucky.
Yeah. The SEC getting like 13 bids kind of hinges on teams like Oklahoma, maybe Georgia, kind of getting right a little bit, and they have not looked right in February. So maybe the 13-bid league isn't going to be coming to fruition.
If the season was over right now, would Illinois get in the tournament?
Yeah.
You think they would?
Mm-hmm.
Are they 9-8 in the Big Ten right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as a 6 seed projected yesterday, they're not in that bubble conversation. But the former Rick Majerus assistant is now, Doug, you read the Oklahoman before you come in.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
And they said that Porter Mosier seemed like the perfect hire when they made him the OU coach following the run to the Final Four at Loyola.
Sister Jean.
Sister Jean, thank you. In the spring of 2021, he was a program builder, a coach who could do more with less, a culture guy, aren't they all, who oozed with energy and astute basketball mind by all accounts, who was willing to put in the work, having authored 2 Cinderella runs at Loyola Chicago, a Final 14 and 18, and a Sweet 16 in 2021. Mosier was among the hottest names in the coaching industry when OU convinced him to swap his glass slippers for a pair of crimson and cream Jordans.
Okay, I'll stop that kind of flowery writing.
I liked it.
To leave Sister Jean and the Ramblers and succeed Lon Kruger as head coach of the Sooners. It seems like eons ago, and now they are saying it might be time to move on from the former Billiken assistant at the Oklahoman.
Damn.
And when the Oklahoman comes from you,
Wow.
you're not going to be safe.
Yeah.
Was it online or on people's driveway at the Oklahoma?
Rough debut for Oklahoma in the OSEC. Not good in football and not good in, I mean,
3-10 in the league right now.
Yeah, it's not going to cut it. I don't know about moving on so quickly. Let the guy build a program.
I wouldn't go up against the Oklahoman if I were you. I'm just telling you. You don't want them on your bed.
Is it Barry Trammell? It's the only name I could pull with Oklahoman ties.
That's Joe Bizzato.
Okay. You know, Porter Mosier rolled the dice by staying after the Final Four, because that's when you get out. You pull the Stan Heath, you get out while you can.
Stan Heath.
And I think Loyola came up with like $1 million a year, which is a ton, because they were still in the Valley at the time, and he was getting $1 million, Chicago boosters, whatever. So he stays, and then 3 years later, beats Illinois, gets another run, and I think then his agent's like, you got to go.
No.
This is your chance. So even if he gets fired, a great guy, he has the best Majerus stories from back in the day. But even if he gets fired, what's he going to get on the way out? Is he getting $5 million, $10 million, $15 million? All these guys get the huge check. Best
Lifetime
job in the
security,
world.
yeah.
If he gets fired, I'm sure he's like, oh, well, gave it a shot.
I'd rather have... Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Well, Jimmy Cruz, don't let me down, Jimmy. I've got you beating Louisville.
Doug, Jimmy Cruz, that's Digger Phelps
Jimmy
on
Cruz
TMA.
had some big years here.
I'd rather have Porter Mosier at Mizzou than Dummy Gates. That's from Eric in the Central West End.
I don't know. Do you have any data to back that up, or is that just take without work?
Isn't that what we all do?
No, I mean, you can show your work.
I just read from the Oklahoman. How many sports talk hosts would do that in St. Louis?
Yeah, what has Porter Mosier done at Oklahoma that says, I would like him over Dennis Gates? I don't see anything in that regard.
It felt like Professor Burkett. Show me your work.
Yeah.
How did you end up with that result?
No, I believe Matt Damon in the movie Air, which is really good. I recommend that to
I enjoy that picture, Martin. Doug
Amazon
doesn't call
Prime.
it picture, though.
AIR?
AIR, yeah.
Matt Damon.
It's about Michael Jordan and the shoe
shoes.
deal.
Marlon Wayans plays the role of George Raveling, friend of the show, in studio with us.
Yep, and then he says, I have no tolerance for people who have no insight, effing do no work, and act like they have a seat at the table.
So you're talking about Twitter.
Yes,
Describe
and that take.
Why does Eric in the Central West End just suck at life? Thanks. That's from Jackson's butt fro.
I wouldn't go that far, but he's certainly not the best texture we got.
But you don't have a fro, right?
No, I wouldn't describe it as
Okay,
anything I
so
have
then
as a
this guy's
fro.
not accurate either.
I'd kill for a fro, though.
Would you really?
Yeah, head situation.
On your hindquarters?
Not on my hindquarters, above the eyebrows.
Okay.
The eyebrows. 190 friends are talking it over in the YouTube chat. They're talking about Kelvin Sampson and the job he's doing at Houston. Dug some wonderful road wins for Kelvin Sampson's team. They're looked at right now by Joe Lenardi as a 2 seed in the NCAA tournament. Maybe Missouri will run into Kelvin Sampson 23 years after they couldn't hit their free throws in March in San Jose and missed a spot to go to the Final Four. Martin and I were there, and Martin got sideways with Rich Eisen's wife.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I think I got kicked out of the satellite truck or was told not to use her photographer, even though we were assigned by Fox Sports Net to share the photographer. And I was sort of told to, like, buzz off.
Did you let her have it?
The cat witnessed all of it.
The
And he's
cat
like, he's probably nicer than Martin, does a good job in St. Louis. I know it's not California, but
You know who I want Missouri to run into real bad is UCLA. I want to take down Mick Cronin really bad.
You got a problem with Mick Cronin.
I really dislike Mick
I think
Cronin.
he clipped Missouri in a tournament at a different point, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, where was he at before? I can't remember.
Cincinnati, wasn't he?
That's right. I don't know if Cincinnati ever got Missouri in the Mick Cronin years, but I dislike Minnesota beat them last night. Good for them. My hate has moved from Bill Self to Mick Cronin.
Wow. Huh. It's a pivot.
I thought they were on TV last night, and I thought of you when I saw Mick Cronin.
I really dislike Mick Cronin.
You don't like his suits either, do you?
He buttons up both buttons of his suit all the time. He looks ridiculous. And he's like Mr. No Fun, yet he's the coach of University of California, Los Angeles.
But Bill Self is a really nice guy.
I know, that's why my hate has
moved. Why do you hate him?
You got a toupee thing, don't you?
That, you see the sweat under it, and
Sweat under his toupee?
the whole, the sanctions, like, we'll sanction ourselves, and I'll give myself 4 games, and that'll do it. And the NCAA is like, yep, you got it,
North
Daddy,
Carolina
Daddy
did the
Bill.
same thing.
Daddy Bill.
Yeah, but North Carolina had more of a leg to stand on than they did.
But that's more of an NCAA issue where they just kowtow. I mean, I think...
That and then the stripes at Fog Allen.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, I just... and I like buying into the rivalry, you know? Like, obviously, it's not super organic. It's just kind of been there forever. But I like buying in, you know? Missouri dislikes Kansas, so do I.
Did you hate Roy Williams? You would have been pretty young during his
Really
tenure.
young. He was UNC.
So all you've
day
really
for me.
known is Bill Self. Yeah, as a KU guy.
That is KU, yeah, for sure.
Hey, Eric in the Central West End, quote-unquote dummy Gates, went to Cal Berkeley and graduated in 3 years. That's from Manute Bowl eligible. How about that, Doug?
Did he really?
He's highly intelligent. Leonard Hamilton as his kind of mentor at Florida State. It's a great person to have as your steward through coaching. So
Don't say steward.
I knew you were going to dislike that.
Steward.
Plus, you could hear Jackson inhale as he came up with Stewart.
it's a real process over here. You know, I'm grinding.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. What a battle we've got going on here. This is fun to see the kind of competition we have here in the month of February. Looks like the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom is sitting this one out. But I know she goes to St. Bart's in February and always has. That goes back generations. In her family. JV golf coach Buck Swope tied at 3. The YouTube chat has 2 wins. Misty Plops, a legend, is out there with a win. Walter Grundlehort got a win.
Calcified ear also has a
And
win.
then yesterday, the calcified ear got on the board after talking about flirting with his butcher. And that was enough to get him the win. You can win Missouri Valley Conference tournament tickets today by winning the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And you can get those tickets as they are now available. The MVC tournament is hitting the court March 6th through the 9th at Enterprise Center all session. And single session tickets for Arch Madness are on sale now. Learn more at 101ESPN.com or just go and win the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Design Air is the place that we go. All three of us here on the program are clients of Design Air, and I know Jackson's looking at buying a place in Huntley, and so when he has his own place...
I'm building a place.
Oh, I didn't know you were building
In
it.
Huntley.
I just hired an architect, so feeling pretty good.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I'll call Seth post-haste.
Then all four of us at that point
It'll be great.
would be Design Air Heating and Cooling clients. Online at designairservice.com. Longest running sponsor on TMA. And man, if your heating system goes down right now, sweet mother of mercy, Doug. You go to designairservice.com and they will be out there quick, fast, and in a hurry. It's Seth Goldcamp, 4th generation, no upselling. Tomorrow, we got a low of 2 and a high of 20. Friday, low of 6, high of 28.
Here we go.
But I just want to put you in a good headspace. This snow that we see on the ground, 58 degrees for a high on Monday, 57 degrees and sunny for a high on Tuesday, 56 as a high the following Friday, and it's sunny. And at this point now, we're surging toward March. You start talking about the tournament. You start talking about the Masties, the Cardinals and the Twins, opening up the season, and you get in a good headspace and you start thinking about sundresses, don't you?
Well, I don't have a sundress to wear.
Sorry, time is out.
Well, if we can just get through the next couple of days, we'll be fine.
See, and I think we can do it.
We will have more winter weather because we still have March to get through. There'll be some lousy days in March, but I don't think we'll have this again.
That's right.
This should be the end of this nonsense.
Martin is asking a question. Doug is not taking them, so Jackson will field it.
Doug Armstrong will be calling us at 8:45.
Wow.
This
show is loaded for bear.
He is with Team Canada in Boston.
So he is the enemy and we need to boo him?
Yeah, I think we're going to kind of rattle his cage a little bit.
Nice.
Okay.
Get under his skin. So we got 2 Canadians in the 8 o'clock hour. I don't know what we're doing here.
It's an equal time policy. And so we'll talk it over with Jamie Rivers at 8 on the Stiefel dossier. Now Doug Armstrong at 8:45. He's in Boston. And then also Josh Schertz is going to be calling into the program. Then we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day at 10:50. Why don't one of you, the new 101 listeners, they're starting to make their appearance in this competition.
Mm-hmm.
See if you can take down Buck Swope or the JV golf coach and get ready for March when you know the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom comes back from St. Bart's. I mean, this thing's starting to really be a fun showdown, Doug. It's a fun...
Such good times.
When is the last day Buck Swope did not submit an email?
Jackson, you track that.
He would have only not submitted one when he got dropped for time purposes. Other than that,
But then he still submitted it.
yeah.
So 2014, I think.
I really
Ripken-esque.
I cannot remember that date. Probably the last time Bill Self had the 30-point loss.
Well, the last time he stood in front of the St. Louis County Council and argued for the saving of Tower T.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, he was busy that day.
What I really wish is I could send Doug Armstrong a text and say, sorry, that time doesn't work. We have Butch Patrick. That's what I really wanted to be able to say.
Martin sent out a text last night with a screenshot of the 101 ESPN replay program. And I gather our interview with Walter Tkachuk from Monday was on there in addition to a number of other hockey guests for the Four Nations. And you were a little disappointed that Butch Patrick didn't get replayed.
Yeah, it was the Blues rewind, but I said, geez, they don't even play our Butch Patrick interview. I thought they could
5 minutes.
Yeah,
You know?
just weave in.
Just something. Man.
Why do you hate the Munsters?
And how does Dan Caesar? Yeah, okay, Joe Buck's calling baseball again. Yawn. He writes about that.
Yeah.
Doesn't touch the fact that we had Eddie freaking Munster on the show.
That was kind of a signature moment for the program.
Think Francesa had him? No.
Francesa.
Mad Dog, I bet, would have him.
Yeah, you'd enjoy a conversation about a nice widow's peak.
Yeah.
You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. You can text in 314-399-9646. And even though Chairman Kurt is ill, he is up, he is at 'em, and he will be working remotely today. And Jackson will be handling your phone calls at 314-974-0101. The Stiefel dossier, Jamie Rivers at 8, Doug Armstrong 8:45, Josh Schertz at 10 o'clock, and the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day at 10:50. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Let's talk about Schnucks, where you're going to stock up whenever there's snow. The kids are home. They're home a whole heck of a lot this week. You got to get some groceries. And if you're going to do that, you want to save money. That's tough to do right now in the grocery world, but Schnucks is here to help. They lowered prices, not on 10 or 20 items. How about 2,300 items all around the store? It's a huge number. Marking down prices on things like Honeycrisp apples, Jack's Pizza. That sounds good right about now. I don't care. I'd eat a pizza right now. Ore-Ida potatoes. You've got the Stoke coffee. That's one of Jackson's go-tos. And by lowering prices on over 2,300 items, it's guaranteed there's something in that store that you usually buy that now costs less. There's so many Schnucks around the area, easy to find, your neighborhood friendly store. And when you stop by now, you're going to save money. Check out the digital shelf tags as well, finding even more items all around the store. Everyday savings that you can count on at your local Schnucks. New lower prices every single day at Schnucks.
Well, it's a sunny day in Sula, and I'm feeling like a beer. Johnny D just down the road, I know I'll get one there. Yeah, well, I know my drink with a friendly smile, a perfect harmony. It's the heartbeat of good old St. Louis. It's St. Louis, St. Louis.
Doug, you like this one?
Yes, very much.
That was in studio. Jig Jam.
Right where you're sitting, Martin. That
Friends of
mic.
the show. From Tullamore to Creve Coeur. Rhymes.
I like that. It's TMA, ladies and gentlemen. The program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. My name is Tim McKernan. On my right is Doug Vaughn, and you can watch that on YouTube. And then on Doug's right is Martin Kilcoyne. And then directly in front of me, Martin, And Doug is Jackson Burkett, and Jackson is fielding phone calls here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. The Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Historically, Wednesdays have always been phone call heavy. That's Doug's request, so we adhere. And joining us right now, this is not the Plow Hawk, longtime board operator on TMA, but this is the Plow King.
Oh.
Plow King, you're on 101 ESPN.
Plow King here, checking in, boys. Roadways are very, very heavy out here, guys. They are heavy.
Are you plowing them now?
I am plowing them. I am plowing.
Let me turn. Where are you exactly?
Down here off the St. Charles Rock Road in Old Bridgeton, right by the old Chick-fil-A down there.
Yeah. All right. Just plowing like the Dickens.
Are you working for a municipality? Are you working commercial? What you got?
Personal business. Own it. We own the business. So
Oh, nice.
Nice.
doing private little properties here.
Plowking.com.
Is that the website, plowking.com?
It's probably a very lucrative business in a winter like this, doesn't it?
Explode.
Oh, it can be.
Yeah.
It can be.
Okay.
Were you hostile when you called? Because I feel like Tim, didn't he kind of hold him accountable off air?
Jackson did. No, I think directly to him. He said, "Oh, you're a little ornery."
He said I was being ornery. I said, well, I was just called you 20 times, Jackson.
Oh.
Well, he's got a lot going on. KG is not
What you
here.
call in, dude?
He's on overload right now, I bet.
Do you have a hot take?
Hot take. People still drive the same way even when there's 5 inches of snow on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's a hot take or just fact.
No. I was just wondering why you called. That'll do it. Back to you, Steve.
Still on this, but I will practice and I will get better on my next call.
No,
Okay,
you're fine.
no, he's
Is
fine.
today,
You were
is
just
today,
fine, Plow
is
King.
today more plowing or salting? Like in terms of the treatment feels like it's a more important deal today.
Well, you got to plow it first and
Yeah.
then you salt it because it gets real wet and then you got to really salt it and to dry it out, you know. So that's what we're working with here. It's kind of a hit or miss. We're like that in-between area. We're not going to get above freezing today, so the salt really may not work. It might just stay wet all day. Who knows?
I'm guessing it helps your world that more people stay home. Even though we think they're wimping out, in your world, it's probably better that nobody's on the road, nobody's parked at the, wherever you are, what business you're at.
But unfortunately, that doesn't work out, fellas. Everyone goes out and everyone parks wherever they want.
Yeah. Now you sound disappointed.
Big parking.
After doing it for 15 years now, you kind of just are amazed. You see something new every year.
Do you root for the snow? Because that's how you cash in?
Just depends. I mean, I haven't had much sleep in the past week, so it's tough, you know?
Doug, it's tough. He's out there making money, plowing. He is the Plow King.
Plow King.
Checking in with us.
I would make money plowing, but here I am.
Perv out, baby. Perv out.
All right. Jackson, are you okay with the call after you got sideways off air?
I like the Plow King.
Okay.
Oh, Jackson, thank you. MIZ, baby.
A fight tiger.
Oh, wow.
Fight tiger.
Is that Coach Drink?
Yeah,
Michael
Hey,
Hellman.
did I hear that accurately? They're really favorite tonight?
Ooh, I don't
Yeah,
know.
they're -1.
Is that right?
Yeah, 100%.
Wow.
These guys,
These
these
guys.
polls, gosh, they just, 15th ranked team. It's the number 2 ranked team, and we're favorite by -1.
4. They're 4 now after the loss to Auburn.
Yeah.
No, they dropped to 4. Sorry, thanks for the correction. How about that All-Star game the other night, Jackson?
Rough.
Jackson's trying to distance himself from Sunday and the weekend that was because hockey trending upward in a major way while NBA taking some hits, including from friend of the show, Draymond Green.
Big friend of the show. I stand with Ryan Russillo. All-Star game, generally speaking, but certainly for the NBA, is for kids and corporate sponsors. So that's that.
They definitely cashed a lot of checks Sunday, I think.
Yeah, oh yeah.
All right, boys, I'm going to get back to plowing.
All right, man. Sorry to bother you.
Thank you. That
Okay.
Doug is the Plow King, and we reached out to him, and he joined us, and he says he is going to work on
plowing.
being better. The texters would like him to be better as well. Hey, Plow King, go plow your truck into a bridge embankment. Nobody cares. That's from Ernie Bjorkman. Plow King is a reference to Barney Gumbel's Plow Company in the Mr. Plow episode of The Simpsons. That's
Correct.
from Who's Your Daddy?
Yeah.
How about that? Nicely done, Who's Your Daddy?
Homer was Mr. Plow, and then Barney became Plow King.
Now, it seems like most people are okay with the fact that schools and everything else are shut down because of the snow. What if they were to not play this game tonight because of the snow?
Alabama arrived. I
What
think
about all
Eli
the
Hoff-
fans? What about all the fans who have to drive through the snow to get there?
Yeah, it's a tough battle, but
Jackson doesn't sound sympathetic at all, Doug.
well,
it's
for
okay
students, you
now.
can walk. Students walk. I walked. I'm a man,
you could
baby.
you could walk to school.
And I did.
I mean, I don't mean college. You could walk to grade school, high school,
and I did.
Middle school.
Is Mizzou in class today? Do they have any student learning? Because
Tigers.
you can make it to the game, but not to class, Doug. Is that potentially what's going on down there? In the middle of Missouri at Como. Are they in class today, like a true son should be?
We'll play all the games, no problem. Drive across the state to get here, but we got to shut down everything else.
First of all, your buddies go over and buy a keg.
Kyle is in the YouTube chat, and he is a Columbia resident, and he says barely any snow in Columbia. We only got about an inch or so.
Okay.
So we got a firsthand. That's a primary source right there. And then Brandon Baker says in the YouTube chat, anyone else bothered by Martin's logo not being centered in between his dreamy eyes?
Oh.
Martin?
Cardinal cap. I am once again wearing a Cardinal
you're right
cap.
holding.
The STL is over your left eye, and they'd like it right between your eyes.
I think centered is worse, isn't it?
Oh, now it's even more so.
Yeah, it's over the left eye.
I can't figure
Lisa Left Eye Lopez.
There you go.
Got a lot of lopsided
married to
problems.
Andre
on this.
Rison.
Now, what does that mean right there? I
don't
caught
know.
that. I heard that right there.
I don't know what it meant.
Doug said to turn it to the right?
Yeah, that's
Mizzou
about
campus and offices are shifting to remote operations on Wednesday, February 19th.
Wow, even though there was a 1-inch snow report from Kyle on the YouTube.
The game is on.
This came out 14...
He says it's due to temperature. Well, this Kyle's all over it. Kyle, call in.
Yeah, this came out 14 hours ago, so maybe it was preemptive.
Big Kyle, call in. People are texting that Mizzou is doing remote learning today, so you stay home, you stay safe, but get your ass to the basketball game.
Tonight, when it's dark, get to the game.
8 p.m. It's, they got chances to plow.
Danny Pintaro, who starred as that cute little Jonathan on Who's the Boss, is a big fan of the show and is in the YouTube chat and says, roads will be better tonight. God, what a boomer take this Vaughn has. Danny Pintaro not on board with you. Is that tough? Because I know you loved watching him on Who's the Boss.
No, it's not tough at all.
Cherry bomb, smoke bombs with your moms.
It's just an indication of where our priorities are. They could play the game right now, and it would be very much on.
What's going to make more money, the tuition or the basketball attendance?
Tuition.
Yeah, I think tuition.
Coach Gates was on Romy yesterday. Remember I said I'm waiting for Mizzou to get a little more national buzz.
He's on Jim Rome?
He was on Jim Rome yesterday.
Interesting.
Jim Rome does a show on Twitter now, right?
I think that's where it airs.
Yeah. He's made...
Oh, he doesn't care. I don't know why he's doing a show.
Yeah,
he
probably
lived in
just likes to
Edmonds
do it.
neighborhood, didn't he, in Orange County?
I believe they have a rapport, yes.
Is he sideways with Romy?
I don't know if he's sideways with him or if Romy will call in and light up the Cardinals on our show. It's one or the other. Martin, I know this is going to be tough for you because you acknowledge that you are holding rights. You've got the Cardinal stocking hat on. The Athletic has released, courtesy of Chad Jennings, Aaron Gleeman, and Tim Britton, their off-season grades for all 30 teams. Doug, would you like to guess what the Cardinals' off-season grade was?
I guess it would have to probably be close to an F because they really didn't do what they wanted to do, and they didn't add anybody.
That's right. The Cardinals commenced the offseason with a frank evaluation of the organization's recent failures, outlining a multi-year plan to emphasize player development while turning over the front office. At the time, the presumption across the sport was that St. Louis would look to move on from several veteran pieces, even those under long-term control. Instead, the Cardinals reported to camp with Nolan Arenado still the third baseman, Ryan Helsley still the closer, and the rotation still stocked with Sonny Gray, Miles Michaelis, and Steven Matz. St. Louis has been candid about its ongoing efforts to move Arenado, who nixed a deal to Houston back in December. The good news is that retaining those players means the 2025 Cardinals should be better than what we all expected. The bad news is that probably isn't good enough to contend in the National League Central, given their record last season and the lack of a single major league acquisition this winter, and brings them no closer to improving the talent pipeline beyond the summer. Grade F. Key additions, none. Key departures, Paul Goldschmidt, Andrew Kittredge, and Kyle Gibson. Lance Lynn has to be furious about not being mentioned. And yesterday, we had a development that with Miami signing Cal Quantrill, that means the Cardinals are now the only team that has not spent a single penny in free agency. Your rankings: Cardinals last $0, Brewers 29th, $900,000, Marlins 28th, $3.5 million. Padres, $5.5 million. That was the Pivetta deal last week. Rockies, $9 million. And then the Reds at $10 million. So the other two National League Central teams that were not in the bottom 6 in Major League Baseball for spending, the always aggressive and spend-heavy Pittsburgh Pirates and the Chicago Cubs, who Buster Olney wrote a scathing story yesterday on ESPN about the Ricketts family and their lack of spending and whatever they were trying to do with Alex Bregman, because they did submit an offer, but it was the worst offer of them all, and he's not sure what he was trying to do by submitting that offer, talking about Ricketts, and then what the Cubs are trying to do. And so what it leads me to is this observation, is if your division is a bucket of crap, and Doug, you sometimes say sans bucket.
Yeah, without the bucket.
Then what it does is it lowers the competition amongst the teams. The Cubs are even money to win the National League Central. Even money. I mean, that's insane. Even money to win the National League Central. But if they were in the American League East, or if they were in the National League East, they would be projected to be 4th place. They have the 4th longest odds of the American League East teams. They'd be behind the Yankees, the Orioles, and the Red Sox. And in the National League East, their World Series odds, which are plus 3,000, would be behind the Mets, the Phillies, and the Braves. And so if you have a division in which nobody else is really trying, then that allows other teams to kind of sit back and not work out and enjoy cookies and cake at night.
That's what the Cardinals did all offseason?
Everybody's enjoying cookies and cake and not working out. Well,
we did see Miles Michaelis with a donut.
Good morning.
Hello, Mo.
I think we said it on this show. How are the Cubs getting a free pass? Like, they don't do much.
Buster Olney didn't give them one
right.
yesterday.
I mean, I think he's a little late to the game. I think it's been going on for a while.
He should have credited this show.
Well, I think Cubs fans have been frustrated for a while.
Oh, you better believe it.
I mean, that thing's just a cash machine up there at Wrigley Field. Even when they're bad, people still go. The Cardinals are about to find out if you're down or retooling. Folks may sit this one out, but in Chicago, man, they show up all summer.
Tom Ricketts did appear on a sports talk station in Chicago and made the observation that, as you might imagine, did not play particularly well, that even though they are the 4th highest revenue of the teams in Major League Baseball, that they are just trying to break even each year. Didn't play well done.
That's what he said. We're trying to break even.
He said it's on 6:70 a.m. in Chicago. It's really hard to compete with the Dodgers. This was in an interview a few weeks ago. He said that fans, quote, think somehow we have all these dollars that the Dodgers have or the Mets have or the Yankees have, and we just keep it, which isn't true at all. What happens is we try to break even every year, and that's about it. For the record, the Cubs franchise is projected to be worth $5.3 billion. That's by Sportico, and their revenue last year was an estimated $502 million, which is the 4th highest in the majors, behind the Yankees, Dodgers, and Red Sox.
What would do you have the Dodgers revenue handy? I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
That is by definition crowdsourcing, would it not?
Because I want to do apples to apples, because he said we can't compete with the Dodgers. Well, if Chicago can't compete with the Dodgers, if that's true, then baseball really does have a problem. If the Chicago market can't compete with L.A., we got a problem.
I'm reading that the Cubs' payroll this year is projected $197 million. They're making $500 million, and the payroll's $197 million.
There are other expenses.
Yeah.
Dodgers made annual revenue of $549 million in 2024.
Okay, so $549 million Dodgers.
Cubs 504, sir.
504 Cubs. That's relatively similar, right? So he is crying poor versus the Dodgers, and I would say look at that math in their world. That's pretty similar.
And I think they're spending like the Dodgers and then spending $22 million, and somewhere in between there's a happy medium.
So outside of the conversation on whether or not owners should spend more, here is what I isolated onto, because now it localizes it, and that is if, say, the Cardinals, because that would be the most likely one, or the Brewers, because they've won 3 of the last 4 division titles, they were going the opposite of what they are. And I read those rankings of off-season spendings. The Cardinals were 30th at 0, and the Brewers were second to last at 29th. Would Ricketts and the Cubs have a different approach? And my answer is yes. And therefore, I continue to go back to the fact that the National League Central, being a bunch of lard asses, Doug, and again, not working out and eating cookies and cake, then look around and go, no, I'm not that fat. and then everybody gets a little more comfortable being sloth-like. And that is your National League Central.
Was Lardass the Stand By Me?
Yeah, he was getting tired of being called Lardass.
Yeah.
And so he took some kind of serum before a pie eating contest.
Alabaster?
Yeah, something like that.
And he began taking a trip on the vomit comet, and everybody started vomiting on it. And then people who are into rainbow shower kinks, they'll love that scene. There's another scene that, Doug, I know you like, and that's when, was it Gordy?
Yeah, Will Wheaton.
Will Wheaton unfortunately found leeches in inopportune places while the boys, including River Phoenix, Jerry O'Connell, and a friend of the show, Corey Feldman, made their adventure to find a dead body.
Yeah.
That was 1987 Stand By Me.
I don't know the years.
That was written by Stephen King.
Yeah, it's a perfect movie.
It's a perfect movie. Perfect movie.
It's a perfect movie.
Wow.
It's not. I'm not saying it's like the greatest movie ever, but it's perfect for what it tried to
Well, I
accomplish.
mean, therefore, it has to be tied.
No, I'm saying it for what it went out to accomplish.
I don't understand anymore.
It did exactly what it wanted to accomplish. It's a perfect
So
coming
did
of age
Somewhere Under the
movie.
Rainbow, but you've never called that perfect.
That could be a perfect. I'll
Was
have
that
to revisit.
Sassy Cassie?
No, that was Panther. The guy with a little alfalfa hairstyle came out from under the bed.
Oh, for heaven's
Ladies seem to
sakes.
love him, though, to his credit.
Stand By Me, Rotten Tomatoes. What do you think?
I'll go 80.
It's got to be 100%, right?
I'll go 89%.
92, way off.
Hell yeah.
Nice, Martin.
Stand By Me is awesome.
How did we get to stand?
Yeah, I don't know.
I've got
Lardass. He said Lardass.
I've got a Wikipedia page for George Raveling open. Now I've got one open for Stand By Me. I have the Cardinals 2024 payroll open in front of me. Porter Mosier's resume open in front of me. What's going on here?
We're covering a lot of topics.
Including lard. Have you ever had a spoonful of lard?
Jackson?
They pop.
Because a lot of people get called lard ass.
Who do you think anybody's just eating a spoonful of lard?
That's what I'm
Isn't
wondering.
it just pig fat?
I'm not sure exactly
in,
what's
big
made,
fat.
what lard is made of.
You cook with it. I wouldn't. Do you just like
grease
just take a
runoff.
stick of butter and chomp on it like it's a popsicle? Not me.
I don't know.
No health, man.
Tim, related to your baseball conversation?
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Got distracted by Stand By Me being a perfect picture.
92% Rotten Tomatoes. Steve Cohen, the Mets owner, did talk to reporters
Yeah, I
on
saw that
Tuesday.
yesterday.
His quote was, "It always seems like ball players are more expensive than I think." That was his quote. Isn't that a great line?
It's a nice little line.
Ball players are always more expensive than I think.
He also said, I look like a pauper in comparison to the Dodgers. And then he drove Pete Alonso and Jeff McNeil down from Port St. Lucie to Jupiter to attend TGL last night. And Pete Alonso and McNeil walked out with that New York club, which I guess Steve Cohen owns. Jackson, you were on the phone. Who's on the phone?
Armin.
Excuse me?
Armin.
Oh, nice.
Is he on the line now?
Indeed.
I thought this might be a
Cotillion?
guest, like Jamie Rivers is going to be with us on the Stiefel dossier
Yeah, he's coming up here in
at 8
minutes.
o'clock.
Yeah.
He likes us to be on time, and we're
I
getting a
know.
little close, Doug, a little close. And as
Okay,
much as I want to revisit 1986, 1987, Stand By Me.
Oh, gosh.
86
I wouldn't know
Doug,
that.
check out, watch this. Chopper, sick balls. Wonderful.
Boy, that is good.
Thank
That
you.
is really, really good.
1986.
Yeah, that's nice. So do we break or do we go to Jamie Rivers? I mean, you tell me.
Break and then go to Jamie.
All right, we're going to be late.
But I'll call him at 8, and that's the W.
He's still going to be all over us.
He'll be on my ass, and I can take it.
Stand By Me was made for $7.5 million, and it box officed $52 million. Perfect.
Yeah, Rob Reiner.
Tom Ricketts would call that breaking even. Ladies and gentlemen, the program's The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. USA and Canada. Thursday night, right here on 101 ESPN. That's tomorrow night. Pre-game at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. You can catch up that game. That's our Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
This is the Morning After 101 ESPN Fisher Window and Door Store. 8 o'clock hour. Jamie Rivers going to join us coming up on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. And Doug Armstrong with us at 8:45. At 10 o'clock on the Stiefel dossier, we'll be joined by friend of the show / co-host, Josh Schertz. He's with us at 10 o'clock, and then the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Send your emails. You're probably at home. This is the day to say, you know what? I can beat Buck Swope. I can beat the JV golf coach. I can beat Misty Plops. I can beat the calcified ear. I know the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux moms down at her place in St. Bart's. Today's my day to compete. And then Chairman Kurt and Jackson get together and they filter through, and maybe today is your day. Find out by emailing in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Jackson, is Jamie Rivers with us here on the Collier and Thompson phone line?
He is not.
Oh, my. Are you going to give him the what's what and the who's who? Because he loves to bust your balls when we don't have him on right on time. Are you going to turn the tables? Are you going to cower in the corner on your Davenport?
I was going to jump his ass, but on a day like today where things are slick out there, who knows what's going on? I just hope he's okay. That's what I hope. That's what I hope.
How about that, Martin?
Way to couch your take. Maybe he doesn't want to talk to a bunch of Americans a day before the big showdown.
Right, because he knows we were going to boo him as soon as he came on.
Yeah. You wonder who he roots for. I mean, he's lived in the United States for many years. He chooses to live here and not there.
Love to ask him.
Doug's going to call him out.
Yeah. Which is it, buddy?
I mean, I cheer for Ireland against the United States.
You do?
That's what I say, just in case my friends in the IRA are listening.
Yeah.
Whenever we have those big Ireland-U.S. hockey showdowns.
That's right. That's exactly right. Jackson, we do have Cale Makar, who Jackson thought was Cole Kmet of the Chicago Bears up until about 7 months ago.
No.
And this is what he had to say about what we can expect tomorrow night.
Cale, you've played in a lot of playoff games. How would you compare the environment of a game like this compared to a playoff game?
Very similar environments. The fans are really into it, which is awesome, and expect it to be the same the next game. I mean, playing here against Boston is a lot of fun. Their fans are very passionate, so I can only imagine how much more passionate they're going to be, so it should be a lot of fun.
Do you think we could still see the same kind of explosive start in Saturday's game that we saw, or in Thursday's game that we saw Saturday?
Good, for sure. Obviously, different cities, one Montreal and Boston. I think everybody's going to be really fired up for it and excited, and it's probably not a better city in the U.S. to have this game in.
What kind of edit was that?
What?
Mid-sentence.
Mid-sentence, he said this is the perfect city in the U.S. to have it. End of sentence.
Do you mind if, like the Zapruder film, Martin, we need to go through
I
this
need
again?
to go. Jackie, I love you, but
this alliance is falling apart.
Listen to the end of this.
We're excited, and it's probably not a better city in the U.S. to have this game in.
In.
Plug the headphones in, dude.
Oh God.
Cut that off.
Not in. Why would he say and?
It sounded like he said in.
He said in. You're right. In.
Sounded like he said in.
I'm going to call Jamie again. Everyone off my ass.
Plug the headphones in, dude.
Yeah, I like that.
Headphones in, dude.
10.1 million viewers in the United States for the game on Saturday night. The massive viewership was a combined number that included ratings from Sportsnet City, SN Plus, and TVA Sports and ABC. So that is combining what you got in the United States and Canada. I would imagine it is going to be a larger number, even though this game at the moment is only on ESPN, unless that has changed in recent hours. I can't wait. I'm going to make sure my 7-year-old is watching it. Can't wait to watch it with him. 3-year-old, I don't know if he'll know what the hell's going on, but I can't wait to watch. I'm fired up for this thing, brother, and it's perfect from a sports standpoint because there isn't a lot to compete with it. They got the stage themselves.
Well, I will be hosting an event at the MAC. It's the Rams' 25th reunion. I'll be sitting there with Dick Vermeil, Marsha Falk, Torrey Holt, Mike Jones, etc. And I am wondering, how do you play it to the crowd? They'll all have their phones out, I'm sure. We're going to have a great event. It'll actually be over probably by about 8:30, 8:45, so folks will have a chance to take in the rest of the game. But it is, if you ever had a trivia night and it's during a playoff game or something, you're like, okay, let's acknowledge that there is some, what does Mo call it, the pink elephant in the room.
Yeah, we, if I'm not mistaken, Doug, you may recall this. It was October of 2003. The Missouri Tiger St. Louis Quarterback Club invited me, Martin, it might have been you. I don't know. Now that I think about it, 2003 would have been pre-TMA. So I don't know who was on it, but I know I was on it along with Gabe DeArmond. And it was right when the Red Sox and Yankees were playing Game 7, which became the Aaron Boone game. And there was kind of a, well, let's kind of keep people updated on it throughout. I think this one, considering that it is national, will be a larger challenge for you, Martin, tomorrow.
Maybe a couple of Kachuk jokes right out of the gate.
Nice.
He just punched.
I'm aware it's going on. That's what you're going to say. I'm aware it's going on, fellas.
Yeah. You got your phones. It's fine. I get it. Just chuckle on occasion. Plug your headphones in, dude. That's what I'm going to start with. If you want to listen to the game, plug your headphones in, dude.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
Call them on.
Well, Cale Makar, who we just heard from until we cut him off mid-sentence, didn't play in the first game against the U.S., but he did play Monday night and is expected to play tomorrow for Team Canada.
We'll ask Army to cough up the game plan.
Yeah, well, I think that'd be the right thing to do.
I did text him yesterday, and I said, Big Walt was on, so it's really your chance to kind of even this thing out. And I think he felt compelled to come on the show. That's what it took.
Ours is the kind of program not only where friends feel like they can drop by at any time, but where newsmakers make news. You like that, Doug?
I don't mind it.
Nice. Mm-hmm. You just have a problem with the edit points on our sound.
Yeah, guy's talking, and then he's done.
But did you edit that, Jackson, or was it on a feed? Did it come that way?
I edited it. My mic's not on. I edited it. And he went on to waffle around, didn't say anything afterwards. So I figured that was a good point to cut it off, considering he was done talking. But I guess it's not good enough. I'll wear it when I do poorly, but that was a fine edit. It's also tough because it was you could barely kind of hear him because it was clearly phone audio. I did the best I could. That was wrong for me.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. You're still a gift.
You are. Hey, you're a gift.
It feels that's nice.
James Carlton's a gift. Martin, he is my insurance agent. He has been for 6 years. He's the sponsor of the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond, on this program. And I am thrilled to be working with him. I have members of my family now working with him. And James was in here on Monday, and he said, yeah, I've been talking to, and he named the situation and my family member who's been dealing with him quite a bit here over the last couple of weeks with the situation. That's the kind of service that you get, though. You get direct service. 314-961-4800. Make the switch. They'll do all the paperwork for you. Or you can go online at carltoninsurance.net, or you can just Google and see 410 five-star reviews. People raving about the customer service that they get from James Carlton. And this is rhetorical. Okay. This is rhetorical.
We won't answer that.
Has your insurance gone up year over year? Rhetorical. Then you got nothing to lose by calling James and his staff and seeing if they can save you money. And I'm going to bet you this. There is a really good chance that they're going to be able to save you money. 314-961-4800 to go online at carltoninsurance.net. Jackson, I heard you talking to somebody while I was talking. Does that mean it's Jamie Rivers on the Callier and Thompson phone line?
Still haven't heard from Jamie. Again, hope everything's okay.
Yeah.
I'm not going to jump on him.
Did the Plow King call back in?
No, I was talking to Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage.
Oh, how about that?
I love that.
All right, there you go. So Jamie Rivers is expected to join us still. Hopefully everything is cool. Doug Armstrong will be joining us at 8:45, and his role with the Canadian team is officially...
He is in charge of the... Back in March of a year ago, Hockey Canada announced Doug Armstrong, and then it puts in parentheses, Sarnia, Ontario. They have to identify he really is Canadian. He'll serve as the general manager of Canada's Olympic team at the 2026 Winter Games. He's also in charge, it said in here, the IHF World Championships from last year and the 2025 NHL Four Nations Face-Off. Armstrong will oversee Team Canada. So he is the big boss of hockey. for Team Canada.
And he's going to be with us at 8:45 on your Stiefel dossier. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Martin, would you like to tell people about this event that you have coming up with Marshall Faulk and Jackie Smith?
Can't wait. Saturday, March 15th. It's going to be at the Frontenac Hilton, and this is a group of folks, Marshall Faulk, Jackie Smith, who've been serving as ambassadors for the folks in Perryville because they built that replica Vietnam Wall and then expanded it really into a memorial for all of our veterans. And this event on March 15th is not just a football fun discussion. We're going to have a great time with the panel, telling stories, but also raising money for our veterans. Again, it's at the Hilton. That's the Frontenac Hilton. You can buy tickets by calling. It's the only way to get the tickets is to call in. Maybe you have a business and you like to take a group of people. 573-517-5132. Willie McGee, Steve Carlton, 5132. 573-517-5132. Raising money for our veterans. They've got the wall down there, which is part of the Missouri National Veterans Memorial. People are starting to go there now. Let's just say you live in Oklahoma, like friend of the show, Matt Holliday, and you want to see the Vietnam Wall, but you don't want to go all the way to D.C. It is an exact replica there in Perryville. But once a year, they have an event in St. Louis to raise money for our veterans, and that is March 15th. Call for tickets, 573-517-5132.
Coming up, we got a situation developing in Boston on the place where Nolan Arenado was going to go until Alex Bregman loved the two opt-outs he has in 25 and 26 and went there. And it's getting awkward because now players are voicing their displeasure. We'll have that for you. In addition to Jordan Walker is raving about a member of the Cardinal staff and how it could impact his season. That's coming up. Doug Armstrong coming up. Hopefully Jamie Rivers also coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, this is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Name of the game is access to the people who advertise on this show. It's even better when they own the business, and that's what we have with Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage, who gives out his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan, and Stewie is with us right now. Stewie, good morning. I'm interested to hear what you have to say about USDA loans. I'm not familiar with this, so I want to be educated.
You know what, Tim? Everybody talks about USDA. What are they thinking about? Beef.
Yeah, that's right.
There is an actual USDA program. If you're buying a house that's not eligible in St. Louis County, not eligible in St. Charles County, parts of Jefferson County, parts of Lincoln and Franklin County for sure, you can get 100% financing, just like a veteran. But if you're not a veteran, 100% financing. You get the Bagel Loan with no closing costs. You literally can walk into a house, pay less money than you're paying in rent, and own the home of your dreams with maybe $1,000, $2,000. That's it. It's a program that people pass up all the time. If you're considering living in those counties, give me a call. We'll tell you if you're eligible for it. The rates are better than conventional rates. They're better than a lot of other programs that are out there, and it's 100% financing. Take advantage if you're thinking about going to these places.
It is a great opportunity for people. If you are looking, this could be your opportunity. The number to call Stewie is personal cell phone, 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan. Stewie, have a great day.
You too, guys.
Thanks. Joshua. You don't hear people from Arnold with British accents as often as...
No, more lately, I'm sure, because the Rams went there to play, and so a lot of Londoners moved here.
Yeah, I love the
So
water
impressed
tower.
were they with the Ram outfit.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Stiefel Dossier. Jamie Rivers scheduled to join us here in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Doug Armstrong is also scheduled to join us coming up at approximately 8:45. You're welcome to participate in the program by texting in 314-399-9646. Martin, I know you've been sideways at times with Mr. Licks. But Mr. Licks texted in a link to a St. Louis Business Journal story that will be of note to our listeners. The Cordish Companies, the Baltimore-based real estate firm that partnered with the Cardinals to create Ballpark Village, has been selected as the developer of the Millennium Hotel site in downtown St. Louis. The Millennium Hotel, Doug, how would you describe it to the audience? They'll recognize it right away when you say it.
Well, it's that circular hotel right between Busch Stadium and the Arch, basically.
And Clark W. Griswold got off at that exit right by the Millennium Hotel, and it led to some unfortunate...
Yeah, they took his hubcaps and then the tires, and the whole car was up on blocks in short order.
And that has been running as a tourism promo for St. Louis for decades.
Sort of foreshadowing things, I believe. It was the Stofers. It was the Regal Riverfront. What else? Millennium, Regal Riverfront, Stover. There's maybe one more in there. The top restaurant would spin around. You ever eat up there?
Like Hank's Look Around Cafe in the Larry Sanders Show.
The place was packed for many, many years. They used to hold large conventions there, and huge,
Winter Warm-Up was there
sports
at
events
times.
were there, yeah. Yeah, it was quite the happening spot there for many years.
So here is what the plan is per the St. Louis Business Journal. Gateway Arch Park Foundation, which has the Millennium Hotel property under contract, said Wednesday it has chosen Cordish to redevelop the vacant 4.2-acre site at 200 South 4th Street. Cordish envisions a $670 million mixed-use redevelopment that would demolish the former hotel site's existing towers. So that circular building will be going away, and replace them with 1.3 million square feet of residential, office, commercial, and cultural spaces. Gateway Arch Park Foundation selected Cordish through a request for proposals process.
Clarion is the other name.
Nice, Martin. That's right.
No, I got to give credit. The text line blew up with Clarion.
Tip of the cap to the text line.
Stofers, Clarion, Regal Riverfront, Millennium. Yes.
I read one of the reasons they had a hard time just rehabbing what it was because it was circular and made it difficult to turn it into something else. But good for them. Gosh, I hope it works out. I can't believe downtown needs more office space. I mean, most of the big offices down there right now are empty. But any improvement they try to make is welcome.
Well, if there's going to be any resurgence with the core of downtown, you would think that that's prime real estate. I mean, you're a block or two from the stadium. You've got the Arch grounds right next to you. So, I mean, I would think eventually... And the views would be great of the Arch and of the stadium. So, I mean, I know right now doesn't sound all that exciting to be living or working down right in that spot, but I think eventually that might be a cool spot.
Yeah, hopefully so. But until they get rid of the perception or reality, whichever it is, that it's a dangerous area, nothing they do there will help a whole lot, I don't think.
And Tim, you said off air, we were talking about who bought it. It was a company in Malaysia that owned it for years, sat vacant. Greater St. Louis purchased.
Gateway Arch Park Foundation has it under contract, and they have not closed yet, but they have selected Cordish after receiving proposals starting in November. And once again, Cordish, a name probably familiar with the vast majority of the listeners because they handled the Cardinals' Ballpark Village. That was 2014.
Any positive development, any building that sits empty that is no longer to be empty. I'm for it. That's a bold take right there.
Yeah, I mean, that's a crowd pleaser.
Yeah.
I better put on the oven mitts.
Was that too hot to handle? Doug?
Almost, yeah.
Yeah, I'm all for empty buildings being replaced with full buildings filled with life.
How about this guy?
Would it kill a family or two?
Put himself out there.
Yeah, would it kill a family or two to move downtown and live right there?
It might, with the crime being
actually,
what
it might kill them. I'm sorry. Bad choice of fortunes. I regret that. I'd like to issue an apology.
Doug, will this make the Rascal Flats Bar finally a reality? That's from a Newt Bowl eligible. Martin, you might remember The Rascal Flats were going to put a bar right by the Dome, and we always thought that was going to be a hit. And when they decided not to do it, we wonder if that played a role in downtown's
Put it in this new building. They're talking about cultural centers. What's more cultural than Rascal Flats?
People
from St. Louis suck.
Hey, stop it.
What is a cultural center? I'm sorry.
Probably like a theater. Wouldn't you say a theater? Yeah. Theater?
You going to go to a movie there?
Like an amphitheater?
Probably a stage theater.
Could
That'd be
be
more cultural than
could be
screen theater.
Guys, a Sibian rental shop across from Ballpark Village is a no-brainer. Don't drop the ball on this. That's from Ernie Bjorkman. So they're talking about doing a Sibian rental.
Yeah. They just got to lure business back is what they have to do.
Guys, I heard the city will use some of the Rams settlement money to put an Auntie Anne's on every corner to compete with Wally's popping up in the West for the Fats. That's from Crestwood Coyote. They're going to put an Auntie Anne's on every corner?
Now, that makes some sense.
An Auntie Anne's on every corner?
Isn't it funny to see a fat kid with his belly jiggling? That's just funny.
Chuckles
That's what we're going for?
It's people like Doug that sit around and complain about things and then provide no solutions. Typical spoiled brat. Go retire already and sit in front of the TV and yell at it as if someone cares what you think. That's from the 314. God, they came for you today.
Glad I got these hot take mittens on. I could have been burned by that one. Oh, well, you can live in reality or in a dream world. And right now, the reality is there's not a whole lot of people who want to open a business down there or live down there. That's simply the reality. It is. I hope it turns around, and maybe this will be the first step in doing that. I hope it does.
Maybe downtown's going through a reset. Maybe it's a transition.
I said this off air. I'll say it on air. Yes. Air. Number one, lived down there 2009 through 2012. Number two, Inside STL, the company that owns the intellectual property of this amazing radio presentation and has for the last 15 years. Our offices were there from 2007 through 2016. It was the funnest damn time living on Washington Avenue. Lived in the building where Flannery's used to be, Grace Lofts, and somebody who enjoys having a libation to be able to just walk around and have restaurants and bars around. It was incredible. Unfortunately, it was a brief moment in time. It is my opinion, and I'm not saying this to appease people, and I guess some people won't like it, but again, Doug, I'm not running for office, even though there's an outpouring of support.
Sure there is,
Me and Stephen A. Smith.
Are you going to issue in advance before you're asked if you're running for office?
No, I am not.
Okay,
running for office. But if I could do it, I would buy real estate in downtown St. Louis, which I know sounds ridiculous, but I truly do believe it's going to get to a point. I think there have been some people out of town who are seeing it, that you have the infrastructure downtown for it to experience a resurgence. The issue is, how long are you going to take losses on that real estate while you would have buildings that are vacant until it does turn around? But you get to a price point where it almost becomes a fiduciary responsibility to get in on the game when you have the 21st, second, third, whatever the hell it is, market with the infrastructure that St. Louis has. The core issue is that you don't have the leadership. And until you have the leadership who can actually implement an economically positive strategy and not necessarily try to appeal to wings on cultural issues and alienate other members of the region, and it comes from both regions, county and city, that I don't think you're actually going to experience real progress. But I did see it happen. I lived there. My company was there. And I think that time will come again. I just hope that it happens sooner rather than later. Thank you. I will not be running for office.
Will you take questions? Mr. McKernan, people would like to know.
I think my agnostic beliefs and being a pervert will make me unelectable. And I think that's the region's loss. Yes, Martin, I am taking questions.
No, I was just yelling as if I was a reporter and you were leaving the dais. Mr. McKernan.
No, you couldn't see me. That was the issue. I'm on a step stool.
I was trailing off much like a Jackson edit. I was just...
Jackson, then you took a shot.
I was allowing myself...
The timing was good, so I'll respect it.
Oh, thanks, buddy. Thank you for that.
You guys are back together.
There was another proposal, and I think it stalled, but it was going to be the Shoto Landing, and it's just sort of right near the Millennium, but you hop over that poplar. Is that the Dickman Bridge?
That's offensive. I'll explain it to my kids later.
Well, he used to be the mayor.
The Dickmans?
Yeah, he was a mayor years ago.
Still offensive.
Poplar Street Bridge. But on the other side, the Shoto, it's where all those warehouses that look like you could film The Wire are located.
Oh, that's nice. That's a good tourism.
If you ever get redirected to going down to the Arch grounds on the water, if you were you might get directed through there, and you might fear for your life.
I do believe that there is still a plan, at least being discussed, about that, what would be considered the southern portion of the downtown riverfront. Yes.
It would dress things up for sure, and it would maybe you could get some connectivity. Wasn't that Quinn Snyder's word?
He did facilitate connectedness. That's what he would say.
Facilitate connectedness.
Yeah, you wouldn't buy stock in Nashville right now or Austin because you'd be buying it at a premium. So the way to make your money is to buy when the thing's at an all-time low, and I would say St. Louis, I think, can't get any lower if it were priced on a...
As long as you can wait 50 years.
I'll take the under on the 50 years.
I don't know about that. If you're going to make money in real estate now, I'd say Lake St. Louis, Wentzville, those are the areas that are booming.
Hey, Doug, Dickman Bridge is now called Dick Person Bridge. Thanks. That's from Beer Cats. Yeah, that'd be nice if you would apologize.
That makes sense.
Here's what we do. We should put a little money together. We get a group. Dougie, just every check you give a little bit back to me. Jim, a little bit back to me. And then we'll buy some properties.
The only reason downtown got that Auntie Anne's was that the Rams game in London 12 years ago. Auntie Anne's and Burger King have the same ownership. They're British vehicles. That's from Al and Dave.
I don't know about that.
Producer Dave at work yesterday said, I really enjoyed Jackson thinking Burger King was owned by British people. It was a highlight of the day, right up there with Butch Patrick.
I thought Jackson had a resume reel show yesterday. I really did.
Yeah. Felt good about it.
Was it The Crown? Cheerio.
Bridgepoint is the UK master franchise for the Burger King, which is owned by a private equity firm. So I'm just saying that they have a lot of UK tentacles.
Tentacles, UK tentacles.
I didn't care for that.
I just hope Army's not streaming right now.
I think it's a pretty safe bet.
Well,
Hey, Doug, shut the F up. That's from the 314.
Let me get the mittens back on.
Wow.
Suck it, Doug.
How Edmonds is coming.
He's sideways with you, the family court system, the Post-Dispatch, Fox Midwest, Technical Cruise, the Cardinals. Who else, Tim?
I think that's
pro gardening, though.
I think that he is on board with gardening. That is correct. Doug, would you like to respond to the gentleman who tells you to shut the F up?
Oh, gosh, no. You can tell me whatever. I don't care.
Ours is the type of town that celebrates monumental moments like an IKEA opening and a contracting company knocking down a cylinder hotel that's been unoccupied for 12 years. That's from Little Tommy Tribbins.
Yeah, that's where we are.
Didn't they use Brett
Baby
Hull
steps.
to kick off the demolition or the redo of the Enterprise Center, the Savage Center?
He took a slap shot.
He sure did. What if you had like Albert or McGuire come back and swing a ball like a home run and knock down, symbolically to take down the Millennium? What do you think, Doug?
Mike Jones can tackle the building?
I like that.
Yeah, something like that.
That would work.
Who's with
Glory, Gloria!
But you just have to bring business back downtown for it to work. You have to.
I agree.
Why are you going to want to live there? What is there to do down there?
Cultural center.
I mean, it used to be you'd want to live downtown if your job was there. Maybe you could walk to work to one of the many businesses that were headquartered down there. They're not there anymore. So what's the allure of living there?
Cardinals.
I mean, can you take a stroll at night with the dog, walk around? Is there a thriving nightclub scene? What is there to do?
Tim, in the heyday, you had what? Flannery's,
Sidebar, Lucas Park.
Sidebar with a Dubliner was going.
Dubliner, Eddie Neal's place. That was a little to the east of where we lived. It was the greatest.
Rosalita's still going, right? Were they there back then?
That was their original location. Now they have the location in De Pere. Loyal advertisers here on TMA for a number of years. It was the greatest. I think in order for it to thrive, and it's a chicken and egg thing, and I'd be curious what economic studies show on this, you need to have younger people, and by younger, I mean 20 and 30-somethings, who want to live down there. And, of course, therefore, you need to have social amenities in addition to businesses. And as Doug says, and I do agree with you on this point, the security. If you don't feel like you're safe down there, you're not going to want to live down there. But I'm not saying it all to appeal to people, because if anything, I would say it's probably an unpopular opinion just from a logic standpoint. But I just think when you have a region that has a downtown with the infrastructure that ours has, that it is ripe for one of those revivals. And I also think the difference between now, say, and when we were having this conversation, because I've had this conversation for a while as somebody who lived there and whose business was there, that as opposed to, say, a decade-ish ago, a little more than that, really, when I would talk about this on TMA, and there was resistance to it because people were, for lack of a better term, in denial. I think now that there is an understanding, and it's damn near unanimous, that it has issues. But along with those issues, I believe it has potential. It just needs proper leadership. So that's why, again, I keep saying I would buy stock in it. I would actually literally put my money in to buy real estate downtown. I believe in it that much. Not because I'm some blind flag-waving St. Louisan so much as I just look at it from the logic of you may have regions that are prime for growth, and certainly most of those are south of St. Louis as you see the populations move to the south. But if you go west of St. Louis, for the most part, most cities don't have the kind of downtowns that St. Louis has. There's monster cities. LA is the second market in the country. Its downtown is rather a nothing. Phoenix is a huge region. I think next to Houston is the largest square mileage of a city, but it doesn't necessarily have a downtown that you would think anything. When you think of Phoenix, you think of the surrounding areas of Scottsdale and Glendale. So St. Louis has that, and I think that's something that some businesses will see value in, and it'll be a domino effect. But you need the right leadership. That's what I think we're lacking. And I think the potential is there, and I think the awareness is there, and this city turns out wonderful people who wind up going and doing great things in other places. We need to keep them home. And that's where the opportunity comes from. Ladies and gentlemen, Doug Armstrong is going to join us coming up in 7 minutes. This program is brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. It's the Fisher Window and Door Store. 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Doug, a perfect film. Jackson's lip syncing over there. Do you see that?
I love this song.
Ben E. Not Benny.
Ben
E. King.
Yeah.
Is Doug Armstrong on hold?
No.
Okay. Because I felt
God,
like
I hope not.
I felt like I should probably go to him as opposed to just enjoy stand by me. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett on this Stiefel dossier. You can enjoy Doug Armstrong coming up at 8:45. And Jackson, you have talked with Jamie Rivers. He's going to be with us now at 9:30.
Yeah.
And Josh Schertz with us at 10 o'clock. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up at 10:50. There is the Stiefel dossier on TMA.
Can we wedge in maybe around 9, Jackson? I've got some Cardinal Nuggets. I have fun with numbers. Are you guys okay with fun with numbers? We'll get to that at 9. Do you have
I can't
room?
wait to play you this Red Sox song.
Oh, I know we got to get to that.
Yeah, that's
and you teased
that's
it.
legitimate. Yeah, well, then we got onto the Cordish news with the Millennium Hotel building, and then Doug was just attacked.
Mm-hmm. And then Biff texts me saying he's going to run for mayor in St. Louis City in a few years.
Is that right?
So that should turn things around.
Maybe he can call in and campaign, Jackson. I know you'd love that. 314.
That's good.
974.
Frank's on board?
0101.
If Biff calls in, aren't there election rules where we then have to allow other people to call in?
Yeah, the other mayoral candidates.
So we have to give equal time. So everybody that calls into this show and says they're running for mayor, then we have to take the next call and say, what's your name? You're running for mayor? Fair. I think that's the rule, Tim.
So it's an equal time thing. Yeah. So if Biff calls in, we then have to have Mayor Tashara Jones call in, Kara Spencer calls in, all of the candidates. But this has always kind of been the meet the press of St. Louis.
Oh, it has been, sure.
Also meeting the press right now here on 101 ESPN from the St. Louis Blues and the Canadian national team. It is our pleasure to welcome to the program Doug Armstrong. Morning, Doug.
Morning, guys. How are you?
We are good. I am curious how you were doing up in Boston, as I think you are getting ready for one of the most anticipated hockey games in North America in recent years. What's it like?
Cold. No, it's been a great atmosphere from Montreal here to Boston. I think the tournament's gone exactly the way that the organizers have planned it. Getting Canada and the Americans in the finals is going to be a great game, and there was a lot of strong intensity in the game Saturday night, and went down, a 2-1 game with an empty netter, made it 3-1. So the competition was good, and the intensity was high, and I think everyone's expecting the same tomorrow night.
It's got to be a strange feeling for you. You're going into this big game. It's at TD Garden, and your goalie is Jordan Binnington. There's got to be a little bit of a feeling like, wait a minute, I've been in some big games with that goalie before.
Yeah, there's certainly some positive momentum or some positive memories for some of us here in this building, and hopefully we can add another layer to that on Thursday night. But it's just been to rub shoulders with so many great players and watch them participate and train and get ready for games. It's such a benefit to my career just being around these people.
There's been some rather major injuries so far in the tournament. I see McAvoy not going to play for the U.S. tonight. Parayko was in a fight the other night, too. Do you cringe and wince and keep your fingers crossed a little bit watching your guys play?
Yeah, that's the risk you take in doing what's better for the game than your own team is having the players participate in something like this. But I think people weren't sure the intensity level, and we haven't had best on best in a long time. And so I think when you get best on best, everything just rises up to the top. The intensity level was high right from game one, and then our American Canada game had great intensity right from the start. And yeah, you're a little bit nervous. I've been in international events. I know Ottawa had Hasek one year, got hurt in the Olympics, and pretty well sank their season. And John Tavares got hurt for Team Canada in 2014, and basically took the Islanders chance to make the playoffs away. But you have to look at it from a holistic viewpoint, which is great for the game. And just to be talking like on radio shows like yours right now about what's coming up, it's great for hockey.
Doug Armstrong, our guest here on TMA. This is 101 ESPN. You can watch us on YouTube at youtube.com/TMASTL. He is in Boston with the Canadian national team in advance of tomorrow night's highly anticipated championship game for the Four Nations. You get to see behind the scenes. Number one, I'd be curious what you can tell us about the reaction on Saturday night following that game from the guys you're working with and the players. And then in advance of the game on Monday afternoon, Doug, against Finland, because your boys came out loaded for bear and took control of that game before Finland made that push right there at the end. It just shows the kind of talent and what those guys can do. So what did you see as far as a response on Saturday night to the loss, and what did you see in the way that they handled a must-win situation on Monday afternoon?
Yeah, I would say the similarities are very close to a playoff game where, you go into the game, you're hoping to win, you expect to win. We didn't come out victorious that night, so you're down that evening, and then the next day you wake up and you have to get back to work. And when we woke up Sunday morning, we realized that we came here to try and do whatever we could do to play Thursday night in the championship game. And to do that, we knew that if we beat the Finns in 60 minutes, we would get there. So our focus changed very quickly. But there was certainly disappointment, like there is in losing a playoff game. Not the magnitude of Game 6 in the finals, when we lost to Boston at home, but the same type of thought process. And then you just dust yourself off and you move on to the next one. And both, I think, U.S. and Canada, all four nations just wanted to get to play on Thursday night. We've earned that opportunity, and I think it's going to be a great game, and the emotions are going to be high. I don't see the same fireworks at the start of the next game as we had in the other one, and I think it's just going to be a great, great hockey game. If I had to go in, and I would say penalties will probably be 2-1, 1-1, maybe 3-2. The referees, it's like a Game 7. The players aren't going to take infractions. I think it's going to be a well-played 5-on-5 game that should be great for hockey.
Doug, can you give us a sense what this means back in Canada, like when it is the U.S., the pride that country, your country has with the game of hockey, like how big a deal this is, like not to lose to the U.S.?
Yeah, you know what, Martin? I would say I've been fortunate because when I started international hockey in 2010, and maybe even before that, the big rivalry for a long time was Canada-Russia, Canada-Russia. And then I'm going to say early 2010, it became Canada-US. And now it just heightened, and you had an event like we did the other night that just heightened it. They are, in my opinion, our biggest rival now. I hope we're their biggest rival, and when you do that, there's certainly bragging rights on your own team. Subtle little needling back and forth from the winner to the non-winners, but I think it's great for hockey. I think that. The Americans program has never been in better shape. I give credit to the U.S. national team for their under 18, under 17 program that have brought the unity to these groups, and you see it now. And I think it's just great for hockey. But no, I think that's our, speaking for myself, I think that's the main rivalry now in international hockey is Canada, America, and we haven't had the Russians in the tournaments for a few years now, but I think it's just going to be a great atmosphere. I think the fans in Boston are going to be into it. We were just having breakfast, and I probably think it'll be 50-50, 60-40. There was a ton of red jerseys at our game the other day, so I don't know if they bought package tickets, but I just think it's going to be loud, it's going to be exciting, and it's going to have the intensity of a Game 7.
Tim, you don't realize Doug was listening. He was streaming while Big Walt called into the show, and Doug said, we need equal time here. Enough with Tkachuk. Wherever you go, Army, there's a Tkachuk, isn't there? You can't avoid Matthew, you can't avoid Brady, and you can't avoid Big Walt. I guess you won't be sitting with him during the game.
No. We spent some time together, and it's funny. Keith and I, on our day jobs, were in Sweden last week. Spent a week together, and I came right from Sweden to Montreal for the tournament. He went home for a couple of days, and we talked about. I know how proud he is of his boys, and quite honestly, how proud we are for them. They're St. Louisans. They grew up in our community. They are great competitors. I want the best for them most of the time, and Thursday night will be the exception of most of the time.
I thought you would have really had all you could handle just running the Blues and now Team Canada, but making trips to Sweden on top of that, where do you find the time to do it all?
Well, it's I don't think I even have a job. I just love doing what I'm doing. We were there, the U18 tournament, which is this year's drafts, were there. There was 5 nations, and so we got to see everyone play 3 or 4 times. It was a great tournament, and just spending time with our amateur scouts as we prepare with our first pick this year. So I don't know. I just love traveling, love being around the game, love being around the people in the game. More importantly,
I think Mike Caruso picks up the slack when you're away from the office. Yeah. That's my understanding. That's my understanding.
Yeah, that's the. If you look at the chain of command, that's correct. Hey, Doug, I know we're focused on the 4 nations, but Braden Shen talked yesterday with Luke Korak and said, "quote I don't think I need to get into rumors or whatever. I'm not in those talks behind closed doors. What I do know, I love St. Louis. I love being here. I've always said it's the best thing for me. I obviously know there's a business side of it. At the end of the day, there's no sense in me talking about speculation or what could happen because at the end of the day, I'm a St. Louis Blue, and I love it here. The trade deadline is lurking. Our audience, I know, would love to hear your perspective, whatever you can say, on the trade deadline and what your mindset is at this moment."
Yeah, it's always a difficult, anywhere between 14 to 21 days. Rumors, people have their day jobs, want to speculate on where you're at. And quite honestly, we've unfortunately earned the right to be in the speculation business for, I would say, the better part of a decade. We were acquiring players because of where we were in the NHL. And when you're a non-playoff team, teams are looking to improve, and they look at non-playoff teams, and they look at good players on non-playoff teams, and that's where the speculation starts. So it's an uncomfortable time for everybody, but it is what it is. It is what it is. We put ourselves in a bad spot this year, and where we have to just absorb the rumors that are out there.
Do you consider the Blues still a possible playoff team? I know there's a lot of work to do, but there's still a lot of season left.
Yeah, it's an uphill battle for sure. I really liked I thought coming out of the Christmas break, when I looked at our schedule between then and the 4 nations, we had a lot of home games. We had games that we thought that you can't compete in, but you have to win. And I don't think we played up to the standard we needed to put ourselves in like a spot where you're a point or 2 out. Now we have to climb a much larger hill, and it's going to be difficult. I probably on Monday, again, you just go day by day right now, and we play Winnipeg and we play Colorado Saturday, Sunday. Like the reality is we got to get 4 points. And if we get 4 points, that changes your mindset a little bit. And if you don't get 4 points, so it's a day-by-day thing right now. We haven't put ourselves in a great spot, but right now it's up to the players to change that momentum. We haven't won 3 in a row. We have to win 3 in a row by the time the trade deadline comes, or you're going to just run out of runway. So it's an uphill battle. I don't want to be. I don't want to lie and say no, we're right there. But if once you win 4 in a row or 5 in a row or 6 in a row, everything changes. We haven't been able to do that yet, and so we're in a tough spot.
Doug, final question from a texter. They want to know if you'll punch Bill Guerin right before puck drop. He is, of course, Bill Guerin, of course, running Team USA, former Blue.
That's right.
And you don't have to tell us in case it's a secret plan.
No, I won't. He's a big dude.
Okay. There you have it, Tim.
That's an
exclusive. Billy and I go way back. I signed him in Dallas, and we've been friends for a long time. And he and I talked yesterday. It's just so great for hockey. But I think we'll let the guys on the ice figure this out.
Doug Armstrong, we appreciate the time. No, it's a super busy time for you in anticipation of tomorrow night's festivities. So thanks for taking time out of your morning to be with us.
Well, thank you, and take care.
Thank you. It's Doug Armstrong with us here on TMA, giving us his perspective on not only the championship game tomorrow night, but also the trade deadline. Braden Shen talking yesterday, and he knows that is the topic of conversation at this point. Yeah, if the Blues can rattle off wins against the Jets and Jackson, their goaltender's name is
Connor Hellebuck.
Yeah,
you are correct, sir.
That is growth on Saturday. And maybe go on a string of victories that perhaps he looks at it differently. I think he clearly said when you asked him, Doug, well, that could change his mind. Well, that tells you where his mind is right now. So the question becomes, how much would they be willing to move at this trade deadline? Would they? Shen would be the one that I think is the one that's the most attractive. I saw Jeremy Rutherford writing about that.
He'd be a gritty kind of performer that any team would want in the playoffs.
And he's having a big year, but would you go beyond that to some of the younger guys? I thought it was interesting. He said he didn't know if there would be a big market for Jordan Binnington, even if the Blues did decide to part with him.
Isn't that crazy? The Team Canada goalie?
Yeah. And it's exactly what I read that on Monday, and I'm like, and then 10 minutes later, I was watching Binnington start for Team Canada. You know?
I have a hockey question.
Oh, wow. Ladies and gentlemen, Jackson Burkett with a hockey question.
If they were to trade Shen, who takes the C?
They wouldn't do anything right away.
Yeah.
And then next year, you'd have a big debate. Is it, friend of the show, Bob Thomas, under contract, sort of a face of the franchise? I think it's a great question.
Nicely done, Jackson.
I think back to back with the Hellebuck.
You're really having a big couple minutes.
I think they would table it. I remember in late 2023, I said to Schenner, Tim, he's a friend, so we call him Schenner.
Absolutely.
I love that, right?
I said, do you think you'll be wearing the C? And he said, well, can we wait and see if we're going to get O'Reilly back? Because they had traded Ryan O'Reilly, and Shen was in the camp. He was hoping O'Reilly would come back. So I think it would be tabled for a little bit. It's a great question.
Veiled Prophet says 55 would take the C.
I was thinking
Parayko is another. Maybe. I think Falk and Parayko and Thomas are wearing the A's these days, but I think they would push towards Thomas being young.
People think that Jake Neighbors is going to have a heavy sweater coming up.
Yeah. A heavy sweater?
Look at this guy. Like Don Cherry's in the building today.
He's got. I think Neighbors is the closest to Shen in terms of their kind of DNA. I would wager it would be Bob Thomas. Just my gut as to how the organization would lean.
Yeah, if I had to bet, that's what I would say. But I think the Veiled Prophet probably has your second place play as far as it being Parayko.
Daddy Padre?
No, he's out.
I think he's got an A.
Yeah. Do goalies ever wear the C? Or is that frowned upon?
I think Roman Turek was the captain of the President's Trophy winning team. Doug, could you look that up? And that's what he was distracted by when Owen Nolan.
The C distracted.
The problem is sometimes goalies don't play.
Yeah.
And the captain is one of the guys who can talk to the referee. So if you got a captain sitting on the bench, he couldn't talk to the referee.
So like Patrick Waugh would have been a
right. So
C.
anyone without a C can't talk to the refs?
Well, I think they can chirp him a bit, but when it comes time to questioning plays and everything, it's usually the captain or the assistant captain that does it.
Is it also because goalies are kind of weird?
I don't think that's it. Well, I don't think that's it.
6 goaltenders have been captains.
How about that?
Really?
What's the most recent one?
I'm trying to get this because it's
Ryan Miller. I bet it's Ryan Miller.
Patrick Waugh with the Bruins when he captained them against the Blues in the 2019 Stanley Cup Finals.
Yeah, didn't stand on his head.
I've got John Ross Roach with the Toronto St. Patrick's.
I like that name.
So we're going back 100 years now?
Exactly 100 years, 1925. George Hainsworth, Jackson, he was with the Canadiens.
Albert Hainsworth?
No.
Kind of a dirty player.
Who I think Jim Haslett had some great stories about.
Albert Hainsworth?
Yeah.
Didn't Big Al say, arm wrestled him or something?
Yeah, he did.
And beat him.
He had some stories. I forget Haslett said, Hainsworth said, can I just not come to practice, but they still pay me? He had questions like that.
Sweet Bobby Lou in 2008. When that comes from the Nonling, formerly of TMA, he texted me just now. Roberto Luongo was captain of the Canucks.
On September 30th, 2008, the Canucks named Roberto Luongo. I've got all the other ones: Bill Derman, Charlie Gardner, Alec. They're all 47 and earlier, so not a current trend. How about that? Luongo officially stepped down as captain when Henrik Sedin took over in 2010.
Mark Hanna, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour, he's online at evergreenstl.com, just texted in to say that it's an NHL rule now, no goalies as captains.
Oh, wow.
Fun fact for no and tell.
Interesting. I wonder what the reasoning is behind that.
It's probably that rule about the captains or alternates are supposed to talk to the rest.
This is a hockey take.
This guy, Doug.
You're really having a
You've been doing like hockey onboarding at 11?
I've just been sitting over here stewing in a positive way. I would love to see one goalie bring back like the Jason Voorhees style hockey mask.
Oh, nice.
And run that out there. I know it's probably not the
Glenn
safest.
Hall had the Jason Voorhees.
Mm-hmm. You know what I'm talking about? Like
My
the
son has a Glenn Hall puck, and he's got the Jason Voorhees.
Well, when guys are shooting pucks almost 100 miles an hour, you want as much brain bucket up there as you can get.
I understand that totally. Now catchers exclusively wear that hockey style mask too for more protection, and it's easier probably to take off.
You like when John Van Beesbrook was the goalie?
I think it would be a cool look. Like it's kind of scary, you know.
Scary. Hold on, watch this. Scary.
Did you like Jerry Cheever's mask?
Derek Chivas, and he wore Band-Aids.
No, Jerry Cheevers of the Bruins. And the Bruins, great teams. His mask, he showed where all the stitches he would have on his face if he didn't wear the mask.
Oh, so he's like Leatherface?
It was full. Yeah, it was full of.
What's his name? John Cheevers?
Jerry Cheevers.
Jerry Cheevers. John Cheevers.
John Chaney coached Temple and wanted to fight John Calipari.
Why? Coaches just, oh, wow, yeah, that's great. That's scary. I'm saying if you're on a power play, you might be a little, I don't want to shoot it over there.
Tim should have a C on his sweater every day for how much he's carried this show for the last 20 years. That's from Mr. Lick. Doug, you were trying to get that done on my little coat that's a boy's medium. Have a little C over here, like Dave Chappelle does when he performs.
I'll sew it on there. If you can get the C, I'll sew her on there.
Thank you.
Ryan Clark would have a brooch.
A brooch, yeah. You get a brooch.
Right. He would get Tim a brooch.
Do you guys do a lot of sewing?
No, I miss out on that.
Do you really?
Sheridan Clayton says, next thing you know, Piddles will show up with a poppy on his lapel. If you know, you know. That's from Sharon and Sanibel/Clayton.
A poppy? Like a poppy seed? I prefer an everything bagel, which has poppy seeds on it. But those will get stuck in your teeth.
Talk about it.
But boy, is it delicious. Boy, I like an everything bagel.
I don't think I know what it means to have a poppy on your sleeve.
Yeah.
You know, Doug. That's all you have to say.
I don't.
But it doesn't matter. All you say is, if you know, you know, and then you kind of look at everybody else with disdain.
Okay.
It's a Jeep thing.
I think it ties into a Don Cherry comment. I think it ties in to a Don Cherry comment. I think that's why he was fired, actually. Looking this up, Don Cherry, an iconic Canadian hockey commentator, has been fired by Sportsnet for his on-air remarks on Saturday, alleging that the country's immigrants don't properly honor fallen soldiers. Cherry, who was 85, and this article was written 6 years ago, used his Coach's Corner segment on a hockey night in Canada to criticize individuals who didn't wear poppy pins leading up to the nation's Remembrance Day. The pins are sold by veterans groups and are worn symbolically to honor those who served. There you go.
Okay.
I look forward to getting into my mid-80s and just letting it rip.
Yeah, filter's gone.
Like Brian Cox from Succession, he has a podcast where he just rips on everybody. It's great stuff.
Yeah, he does. He's not a fan of Jeremy Strong.
Jeremy Strong, he went off
played Kendall Roy.
He went off on him? Oh, I hate that.
Well, the method
sniping
acting,
after.
The method that he said, like, he's a wonderful actor, but he's like, it was ridiculous what he was doing. Yeah.
Daniel Day-Lewising?
Daniel Day-Lewis is the worst example. He was like trying to build the cabin in Last of the Mohicans. They're like, get out of here. You don't know what you're doing.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
And like my left foot, he like wouldn't like stand. He would just stay in the wheelchair and they'd have to like carry him. They're like, hey, dude, like you can get up. Like, what are you making us carry you around for?
I didn't know this. Glad I brought it up.
But it earned him a Best Actor now.
Brian Cox's earlier work, Principal, Rushmore, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Outstanding
and
work.
Super Troopers. He's wonderful with French fries and gravy, sir. He's wonderful in Super Troopers.
And voice of the McDonald's commercial campaign on television. McDonald's, of course, an American company. Burger King, of course, a British
So why didn't they align with Brian Cox, who appears, is he Scottish?
Yeah, there's still the tensions. That goes back to Braveheart.
Chick-fil-A is out of Scotland, maybe?
I think it's Scotland.
I don't know that it is.
Yeah. 337 friends have gathered in the YouTube chat to talk it over, including your buddy Doug Percy Blumpkin, Brandon Baker's in there, Tori Holtzfinger, Walrus King, Don Peepy, and John Scores are all in there. You can email in to compete for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin, you got an event coming up here, and I'd like the people to know about it?
Looking forward to this. March 15th. The 17th would be St. Patty's Day.
Yeah,
also my birthday.
That's Mark's birthday. Isn't he? That's a great Mick right there when you get born on St. Patrick's Day.
I demanded it in the womb. I said, if I'm going to be a good Mick, I must be born on St. Patty's Day. 2 nights before that, Saturday, March 15th, Frontenac Hilton, place to be, raising money for our veterans. There's so many causes out there. Helping our veterans is right at the top of the list, and helping me do that with a great evening, a fun panel, football stories, a couple of Hall of Famers, Marshall Faulk, Jackie Smith, on the dais. We're talking football, having fun, and at the same time raising money. It's put on by the same folks down in Perryville who have built the replica Vietnam Wall. It's the Missouri's National Veterans Memorial. Really is a cool place. If you get the chance to check it out, you should, right off Highway 55. But once a year, they'll have an event in town so we can raise money. So if you or your business can join us, call for tickets at 573-517-5132. That's 517-5132. It's a 573 area code. Call for those tickets. Join us Saturday, March 15th at the Frontenac Hilton. Marshall Faulk, Jackie Smith, myself, football stories while raising money for veterans.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program is The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, The website is I Got Floored, and it's igotfloored.com. That's from Michael's Flooring, in business in St. Louis, going back 30 years. You're talking about decades at Michael's Flooring, and what Michael and his team have gotten to be known for by their customers is not only a love of flooring and being able to supply some of the best you're going to find in the St. Louis metropolitan area with 3 locations to serve you, but also the people who work for them and then come and install that flooring in your home. They are online at igotfloored.com. Their locations throughout the St. Louis area couldn't be more conveniently located for you. If you are interested in doing business with Michael at Michael's Flooring, you can go to Creve Coeur, you can go to Darden Prairie, you can go to St. Peter's. It's Michael's Flooring. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael. Make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Let's take a look around the local area college hoops. Well, why not? Illinois falls last night to number 11 Wisconsin. Final score of 95-74. The Illini are 17-11 on the season. And tonight, the Missouri Tigers are taking on number 4 Alabama in Columbia. That game tips off at 8 p.m. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, the independent American Standards heating and air conditioning dealer.
Outcast, Doug. I couldn't hit that pitch. You like this one?
This isn't really music.
Oh,
it's a bad take.
No.
It is, no, this is chanting. It's chanting.
That's
it's
a shot at Big Boy and Andre 3000.
Really
They're going to call in.
Okay.
Jamie Rivers has been moved to 10:20, Jackson?
That's right.
On the Steve dossier.
That's right.
Josh Schertz at 10 o'clock. And Martin, you texted in the TMA group chat that Dave Spence is going to be with us. He ran for governor in 2000. Was that 2010, Doug?
I don't know the years, Tim.
I don't remember the year. He had the big bus. He would drive around the state. Dave Spence, very successful businessman in St. Louis, and then wanted to run for office. It's something we talk about a lot on this show is how do you fix things in the county, the city, and you need, ideally, some folks with some business acumen. And Dave grew up, went to Rittner, self-made, successful businessman, ended up moving to Kirkwood. He's got a great personal story to tell, but honestly, what I always say, these guys who have nothing to gain, he's got plenty of money, but would love to help make some of these, corrections or advise. He's on the Dome board, the RC, not the RSA.
RC Cola.
He was part of the Regional
RC
Sports
Cola,
Authority.
which is named after the beverage served at the Dome.
Anyway, Dave will be here. He's got a lot of great ideas. I've talked to him in the past, and I said he'd be perfect. He's going to be here at 9 o'clock tomorrow.
Look at us. Doug, our show is a show where newsmakers make news.
And friends feel they can drop by at any time.
Yeah. It's an open door policy, except there is a swipe card you got to use to get in.
right.
Other than that, it's an open door policy.
So we have Josh Schertz at 10 o'clock and Jamie Rivers 1020 Design Air Heating and Cooling email the day at 10:50. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. I've been deep teasing this. I actually sent this to you boys yesterday because what's going on in Boston is quite a little situation. This Alex Bregman thing, which many of the fans of the Red Sox were excited about yesterday, has gotten a little awkward because Rafael Devers has said, well, I'm not going to play anywhere other than third base. I have no interest in DHing. And then a prospect who was mentioned, I don't know if it was ever a real thing, but in the Nolan Arenado conversations by writers, national writers, they wondered if Tristan Casas would be coming to St. Louis in exchange, depending probably on how much money the Cardinals would pick up. And he did an interview yesterday in Fort Myers talking about the situation with Devers now that Bregman is a part of the organization.
I think it's Rafi Devers' position. I think he's the third baseman, and at that point, that's where it stands. He doesn't know any other position. He doesn't want to play any other position, and he's going to fight for it, even if it's with any of the younger guys, any new guy. I mean, I think he's the best third baseman in the league. I wouldn't take him. I wouldn't take anybody over him. So I think he should play third base. Yeah.
So you think Bregman should play second? Rafi plays third.
I think Bregman should play second base. Yeah, I think he's going to make the transition well. I think he's athletic enough to, and I think Trevor, is going to play an awesome shortstop.
There you go.
They've all decided for the team where guys. It's like you're at lunch with your buddies. All right, why don't you play short, Tim? Jackson, how about you play third? Doug, you want to catch? Okay, there you go. And then the manager's like, am I making out the lineup here?
He also said he did not think they have 3 young players who are borderline this year as to make the roster. Says he doesn't think Campbell, Anthony, or Mayer should be on the opening day roster.
Yeah, he said we have grown men who are ready to play baseball.
Gosh.
They might need
to set up a picnic table over at the Red Sox.
Real. Drive.
Well, no matter where you go, there's construction in the background because there's always a behind every soundbite.
Yeah.
Every soundbite has that behind it. But the Red Sox need an emergency team meeting, I would say, at this point.
They need to make sure all those guys don't talk until the fall.
Yeah, can we a Chaim Bloom directive?
Yeah, Chaim Bloom took a shot in the sound we played yesterday.
Because he promised to Devers. Now, when they say nobody's better than Devers, you could point to the fact that Bregman actually won the Gold Glove last year in the same league that Devers is in at the same position.
Unimportant.
So you could point to the fact that the third baseman you signed is the Gold Glove winner. What a mess. I just can't believe they didn't
That's
talk
the thing
to
that
Devers.
I can't get around.
Well, Bregman is saying he'll play wherever, so maybe that solves it.
But so yes, but then that goes back to when they signed him. Then you tend to that and then say that that's the deal because clearly Devers was pissed off.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You could tell. Obviously, through an interpreter, but yeah, he was like, I play third base. That's all I want to play, and that's what I plan on playing.
And I joked that the interpreter could be saying whatever they wanted. Like, I was just kidding about that yesterday. I saw an interview online. Chris Cotillo, who covers the Red Sox, we see a lot of things tweeted by him. He's a Red Sox reporter. He was on a radio show yesterday in Boston, I think WEEI, and the host said, hey, is there any chance some of this was lost in translation? Is there any chance the interpretation of what was said? He said, no. He said, in fact, Devers followed up in English with some of the reporters after they were done, clarifying further that he had no interest in doing it. So they, even in Boston, they're saying, well, maybe he didn't mean what he said. Maybe the interpreter paraphrased, and this reporter said, no, he 100% is dug in. I'm not moving. This is insane. We thought the Arenado thing was kind of wacky.
Does he have a choice to not move? I mean, if they put him somewhere else in the lineup, is he still going to run out to third base?
You're playing second.
There's two guys standing.
They stand there together.
Well, the owner, the GM, the manager, their job is to put the best Boston Red Sox team on the field, not to cater to one guy who demands special treatment.
Sure, and I get what Cora's saying. Like, Chaim Bloom told him he could play third base, but Chaim Bloom's in St. Louis.
Yeah, so what?
But if I'm Devers, I'm like, I signed here when they told me, the Red Sox, not Chaim Bloom, the Red Sox told me that I would be playing third base to the remainder of this contract. And I'd be a little miffed, too.
But again, before Bregman puts ink to paper, I think I would say to the guy who thinks he's the third, hey, just by the way, our idea here, like, get in front of
Unified
this.
front.
Kind of like, oh, hopefully he won't notice we signed Bregman. what was the plan?
Yeah, just wait till opening day lineup cards up there and be surprised that you're now DHing.
Maybe they trade Devers. Wow, you get a boatload for him.
Rafael come home to St. Louis?
Yeah. Well, if you're going to be that selfish, saying I'm not moving, I don't care, it's all about me, deal him.
Wow, it's not a take.
Jackson, I just sent you some audio that I think is going to be of interest to our listening audience. If you can get that into the system, it involves Nolan Arenado and the Cardinals. So we'll have that for you.
He's been traded?
Momentarily. What I think is going to be a surprising bit of audio for you. Yeah, consider yourselves properly teased. And then also, if you're feeling a little sluggish here as of late, maybe it's low testosterone. So consider yourselves properly informed about Mentality. Here's the deal. Mentality is online at mentalityhealth.com/radio. I have had my testosterone tested at Mentality. I would say it was about a 20-minute process. Went in, super friendly staff, super easy process, and got the information I was looking for. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. They also offer FDA-approved testosterone therapy combined with semaglutide to target fat while maintaining muscle. You can experience Mentality by going to mentalityhealth.com/radio. Men today have 30% less testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. Jackson, have you had enough time to get that audio in the system?
Yeah.
I saw this in a couple places yesterday on social media. I haven't heard the audio, but I know it's John Denton, who we saw down in Jupiter last week for TMA's spring training coverage. And do you know which podcast this appeared on? I got it from the Lou Sports Talk Instagram account, so I want to credit them, and I don't know if I should be crediting somebody else, but either way, I like to attribute Doug, and that is where I got this audio. Here is John Denton on Nolan Arenado.
If Arenado is back, which I still have my doubts, I would say it's probably 30% that he's here opening day. John Mozeliak made it seem a little stronger. I still have my doubts. I'd put it at 30% that he's here for opening day. Somebody's going to get hurt. If Max Muncy gets hurt for the Dodgers will be on the phone for Arenado. If Jazz Chisholm proves he can't play third base, the Yankees will be on the phone. So I still think he could be gone to opening day. But as long as Nolan Arenado is here, that retards the development of Nolan Gorman at third base. It probably hurts Thomas Saggesi's chances of making the roster. If Gorman has to play second, that puts Donovan in the outfield. That puts either Michael Ciani or Victor Scott on the bench, or even in AAA Memphis. So there's such a trickle-down effect if Nolan Arenado is still on this roster, and it prevents the Cardinals from what they wanted to do. They wanted to go young. They wanted to give all these guys chances. You can't really do that as long as you have Nolan Arenado still on the roster at third base. They're a better team with Nolan Arenado, but it hurts their wishes of truly going young and giving opportunities to young guys.
And so the headline there is John Denton's opinion that it's 30% that he will actually be on the team on opening day.
I just got a text from Brandon Kiley. He's of BK and Ferrario. He said that interview was done before Mo's comments over the weekend. That's what I got from BK.
So it's before Arenado showed up even? Or just they knew he was coming? So this is previous to them talking, I guess.
I don't know. That's a reporting what I got in my phone here.
Well, I mean, whenever it was done,
still speaks to their theme, their issue,
the premise. But I do appreciate BK's context that if somebody gets hurt, that they would immediately try, or if he's talking about the Yankees situation, if they aren't happy with it, they got from Jazz Chisholm that they move on. If Muncy gets hurt, take your pick. That they would still find a way to trade him. But I think that would have to be a specific organization. It can't just be like some rando gets hurt with because Anthony Rendon's already gotten hurt with the Angels. Not that they were probably expecting much from that operation as it was.
Is he still there?
Boy.
But that it would have to be one of the specific teams.
Well, that's the rub with the whole Arenado situation, what he said there at the end. They're a better team with him, and yet they can't really do what they want to do while he's there.
Right. That's the catch-22 of it. You are absolutely a better team with Nolan Arenado. No one's going to argue that. But for your plans for the future, will this benefit them having Arenado on the team in 2030? Probably not. I ran out of breath mid-take.
What happened there? You feel that passionately about it.
Well, you're helping also with custodial duties.
I had a protein shake. It's a slight spill.
For heaven's
and
sakes.
I grabbed Doug's Kleenex to clean it up, and then Jackson came over here with some
Clorox wipes. They look a little dry, honestly. They look like dry.
Well, if you don't close the lid, they dry out.
Yeah, boy, that's a real pain in the ass.
Yeah.
So 30% chance, but that's based on a theory that guys will either get hurt or flame out. But I think what he's speaking to maybe is there's still an interest on both sides to not be together. I think I use the word awkward. I think it's still awkward. I do. Because I think if one player would much prefer to be in a few other places, isn't really that excited about the quote, direction of the franchise, and then the team would much rather not pay all that money to you and then would rather a younger guy play. That is their stated preference. It is kind of a weird deal where that's still sort of in the back of the room.
Now, one thing that I'm most curious about, because you can dislike John Mozeliak, and as you heard him say on our show last week, he's well aware that most of you do. You can dislike Ali Marmol, and as he said on our show last week, he's well aware that many of you do. There still is an element of whatever the right word you want to use. I guess some people would call it professionalism, but just keeping things inside the room. And Nolan Arenado, for the most part, now this didn't necessarily happen all the time in Colorado, but since coming to St. Louis, most of it has been professional, if not all of it, in front of the microphones. Do you agree with that, Martin? I mean, you're in the trenches.
Sure.
Okay. And then and the same thing you heard Mozeliak talk about, because I point blank asked him, I said, I think your reputation in St. Louis might be a little different if there were some things that that you shared with the public, but you've chosen not to do. And he said, yeah, that's just the right way I think that it is to handle things, and maybe when I'm done, I'll look back and regret that. But either way, just because you're hearing comments, that doesn't necessarily mean that things are cool behind the scenes. It also doesn't mean that there's stuff going on, But the one comment that I think stood out the most this offseason did not come from Mozeliak, Marmol, or Arenado. It was Wilson Contreras at winter warmup when he said, and I'm paraphrasing, I don't want to bail on this and be a coward. I'm here to stick it out. Now, that just might have been an offhand comment, and I do think this, I have no basis for it. This is not sourced. This is just observing. I think that that's in reference to Nolan Arenado. So, and I also think that Wilson Contreras, more so than Arenado, even though I think everybody would agree that Arenado's career has been better, is in more of a leadership spot on that team now than Nolan Arenado is. And so then you wonder if a guy like that is speaking for more players as to their feelings toward Nolan Arenado. And so I do wonder about the situation behind the scenes, maybe not with Mozeliak and Marmol, but more with some of the guys on the team. So, yeah, I think that's where I'm coming from on it. I could be off, but that's how I see it.
And people are commenting the Houston deal. He and his camp were clearly okay with the Astros being a landing spot. That's why they went down the road. That's why they were at the finish line when it got vetoed. If you're in this position, if you're the Cardinals, you don't go shopping him to just any team. My understanding is there were a couple of teams willing to pay his full salary. But they were teams.
Wow.
That's my understanding. But they were not teams on his list or teams he wanted to go to. I don't know the name. It doesn't matter. But there was an appetite by some to take on the full salary, which would have been a huge relief for the Cardinals.
God, wow.
But was not a match. Houston was a match, and the deal was largely agreed to by everyone. And once the Kyle Tucker trade, we've said this before, once that happened, Arenado and his camp sort of rethought the idea of going to Houston. Does he regret that now? I have no idea. But I think still the elephant in the room, or Mo called it the pink elephant.
Pink elephant. Yeah. That's usually a gift that doesn't necessarily
or is it
go
a white
with
elephant?
the occasion.
That's
I think.
A white elephant. Pink elephant.
That's white elephant. You're right. What's a pink elephant?
I don't know what a
in
pink elephant
Dumbo,
is.
there's a really kind of trippy scene with a bunch of pink elephants, and it scared young Jackson. I was really...
You're speaking in third person?
Not a perfect movie, and yes, speaking in third person.
Okay, thank you.
But the pink elephant in the room would still be if...
Pink elephants are hallucinations, Martin.
Okay. I think Mo...
Especially those caused by alcohol or drugs.
Here we go. Yep. Are you guys all Googling the same thing at once?
There's crowdsourcing.
I switched my tab off OnlyFans for a second.
I think what Mozeliak meant to say was the elephant in the room. But he said the pink elephant, which caused all of us to hallucinate about the topic of Nolan Arenado. Yes, I still think there's something to the point. He doesn't really want to be here, and they would prefer that he move on to make him happier and to open the door for more playing time. It certainly goes against what their plan was, their stated plan. So I don't rule out that it could still wind up being a trade. I just, like John's theory is based on maybe a guy gets hurt or maybe a guy flames out, which is possible, but I don't think there's any way to predict that.
No. Well, as John Denton said, guys do get hurt too. Situations change on teams over the course of just a few months. There could be a team that we don't think is a contender at all that might suddenly have a great couple of months and think, we might be just a piece away from making a run at this thing, and Arenado's out there waiting. So, the situation now could be starkly different than what it's going to be in May or June.
And that's why I set it up to close on my fourth mortgage on opening day if I do have to pay the listeners the $250 bet that Nolan Arenado would not be on the Cardinals on opening day. And so there is a closing date set up with Stewie at Stewart's American Mortgage for $250.
People are calling him right now and saying, hey, I heard Tim talking about the Arenado deal. I need some cash.
That's right.
You're going to take that money out of the equity in your home. And
I've already done that 2 other times. This is my fourth.
Which is really popular post-2008.
Yeah, I'm surprised Stewie doesn't bring that up.
They'll give you a fourth mortgage?
I think if you're on HD2 radio, and so I have that on my resume, and I have low-powered AM on my resume, and they're like, oh, this guy's flush.
Okay.
Is it the Arenado clause that you call your mortgage and you say to Stewie, I need the Arenado clause?
Right. I bet the audience Jackson, how mad are you that this is a bet that at this moment it looks like I'm at least an underdog to win, and you didn't get a piece of it after I've won so many bets against you?
Yeah, I know. Well, if I were to bet it, you would absolutely win it. So it's probably best.
That's interesting. So you're gonna stay out of it to allow the audience to win money from me?
Yeah, it's probably best. I want all my boys making money.
Tim, do you want to make your money back?
Yes.
Okay.
Tapping my vein.
Related to Nolan Arenado, I thought this could be a great wager. If you want to engage with the audience and wager them, how about some over-unders on his numbers this year?
Oh, I like this.
I'm going to set his home run over-under at 20.5. Tim?
That's a good number.
He hit 16 last year, by way of definition. And then I'm going to set the RBI total right at 80. Over or under?
Boy, this Martin, he's got some good numbers. Trying to go to...
I think I'm going to go over.
well.
I'm going over on both. What are you looking at, his career stats?
No, I'm looking to see what Vegas has him set at.
That's exactly what I'm doing as well.
Right. I just
school
made it
book
up.
didn't have it.
Just made it up.
Yeah, I know, and that's where I'm trying to find the edge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know, while you guys are doing that, do you know, Doug, I'll go to you.
Okay.
Who led the Cardinals in RBIs last year?
Goldschmidt.
No. There's only a couple of choices.
Arenado.
No.
Oh.
Did you watch any of the games?
I'm
He's a
forgetting.
YouTube
You had
TV guy.
years.
B would be the initials.
Aaron Boone's on the Cardinals
Yeah,
now?
he was for a cup of coffee.
Here's the shocker. Alec Burleson led the Cardinals with 78 RBIs. When you talk about low run production, do you know who was second in RBI? Brendan Donovan was second.
Sweet mother of mercy.
Isn't that unbelievable? At 73 RBIs. Arenado finished last year, 16 homers, 71 RBIs. Or as Tommy Pham told me once, batting average doesn't matter, so I don't ever reference batting average since I was scolded by Tommy Pham, who was later stabbed and then traded to the Reds, the Royals, the Cardinals,
Pirates
the Sox,
now, I
the
think.
Pirates. The hits leader for the Cardinals. Doug, who led them in
That's probably
hits?
Burleson again.
Brendan Donovan.
The son of a sack.
I'm sorry. Who led them in steals?
Steals.
Isn't it unbelievable?
Win.
I would have guessed that. It was Michael Ciani with 20.
I was about to say, I remember it was kind of a surprising one. Michael Ciani, very disappointed. He shot a 50 at Abacoa last week.
He told me
I couldn't look at him the same way.
He goes by Mike, but everybody calls him Michael. So last night on TV with his name that pops up and with audio of Tim in the background, and we had a clip of Michael Ciani. We put Mike on the screen, and I called him Mike, and I'm waiting for people to correct me. But he told me, he said, the only one who calls me Michael is my mother. And I said, well, everybody else does too. Those are your fun with numbers. I still have the over-under at Arenado for this season, playing for the Cards, Angels, Padres, Red Sox combination. 20.5 home runs, 80 RBIs. Doug, over?
I think over on both. Wow. I think he's going to play feeling like he still has a lot to prove. The year before, he had 26 homers. The year before that, 30. And he played in fewer games than he did last year. So I'm going to say he'll do better.
So Nolan Arenado is plus 140 to hit 25 home runs or more.
That wasn't the number the man gave, though, huh?
It was not, but just for context.
Context. I like that. Can I throw another Nolan number at you? Nolan Gorman has 1,054 career at-bats. Doug, how many strikeouts do you think he has?
Out of 1,054?
1,054. How many strikeouts?
Oh, probably 400.
402.
Wow. Right.
Which is
you win both showcases.
Which is an alarming 40% of the. I mean, I knew it was high, so I was looking at these numbers last night. I'm like, oh my God.
That is rough.
40% of the time. By context,
way too much.
Arenado's like 1 in 6.
For the record, on the Arenado projections per Fangraphs, Martin.
Okay, thank you.
16 home runs, 68 RBIs.
Wow.
Those are the projections for Nolan.
Definitely over on that.
Dodgers, Marlins, Brewers, Twins. I don't think they're very good. Phillies, Pittsburgh, 82.5. Except that division with the Cubs. The Phillies were in it. If the Pirates were in it with the Cubs, I think they're probably over in that division. I just worry about them and the Cardinals. The Cardinals, they put them at 84.5. That's about right.
There it is.
Was that audio of Francesa clip from the show? Because I think I heard Tim laughing in the background.
Giggling.
Yes, that is correct.
Kind of like all my Cardinal audio has Brian Crouppen mentions in the background, or Buck Swope mentions.
As there should be.
Trying to get more information on Arenado. Lars Nootbaar's minus 200 to have 15 or more home runs.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay. Mm-hmm. How many stolen bases do you think Alec Burleson had last year? Fun with numbers.
More than what you would think.
7.
Yes.
I'll guess 7.
9. Okay. Doesn't that surprise you a little bit? I'll take
Yachty used to always get like...
Steal a bag.
Yeah,
well,
you get like 5 or 6
he
a
would
year.
be a sneaker.
Yeah.
They'd say, go ahead. Just, we don't care.
Well, right.
You're not going to score from second anyway.
Take him with like 2 outs and 2 strikes, something like that.
Can I have some more, Francesa? I don't want to put you out.
I think that's a great request on your part. I feel like we need,
especially when he's crunching numbers just randomly. It's kind of what I'm guilty of right here.
Didn't have a kick block team. He's got to try and block a kick at 56-0. He's a horse's ass for doing that.
Oh. That, of course, was James Franklin calling a timeout with Penn State up 56-0. How about this from a projection standpoint, Doug? You love power rankings. This is Fangraphs.
Well,
with their ranking of shortstops. Who do you think their top 3 shortstops are? And then I'll localize it, Martin. Always be localizing. That's my credo.
Lindor? Bobby Witt, probably number 1.
That's correct.
Okay. Lindor in there?
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, doggone it. Initials,
he was number 4, so it wasn't a terrible guess.
Initials, please.
EDLC.
Edward, Don, Larry, Charles.
Wow. Larry Charles, producer of Seinfeld.
Okay.
Cheers, I think. Too.
Yeah, cheers. The Burrows.
Talk about
Entourage.
Right. Maybe on the Reds, Doug? Does it help? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
L.A. De La Cruz.
And number 3.
Initials,
you should get this one. You should, I feel.
Jackson's kind of setting you up to look like an ass if you don't get it. You see what he's doing
if
there?
If I think who it is.
Well, who do you think it is, Sweet
Fernando
Prince?
Tatis.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Not Dansby Swanson.
I also think that's a positional situation.
Tatis is confused. Where does he play?
I thought he plays short a lot.
And the outfield.
Yeah.
Can I have initials, please?
I'll give you the division. American League East.
Did you say Henderson?
Yes.
Okay.
Got her Henderson. Lindor 4. Where do you think Mason Wynn is ranked?
Oh, I'd put him about 9 or 10.
Not
8.
Jackson.
I like Doug. I'll play 11.
All 3 of you are boy whores. He is ranked 20th.
Oh, that's fine.
I disagree with them.
Yeah.
Wearing my ball cap with pride.
De La Cruz moved to from fantasy wise 80th to 3rd or 2nd or 1st this year, and I think Mason Wynn might have a similar move. Maybe not that big, but I think he's going to pop.
Do you also disagree with Tim calling us boy whores?
No, that was probably the truest statement that's been said all week.
I agree with that.
All week.
I have a new stat. I have it wins above win, and that's how I figure out how much he helps the Cardinals.
Wins above win.
Yeah. And
How do you like that? How do you figure that one?
How do you like that?
I don't mind it.
He actually leads the NL Central and wins above win. He's first.
You like that metric? I mean, that kind of competes with the Vaughn Index.
Yeah, the Vaughn Index is much better. Last year, the Cardinals' Vaughn Index was -10.
Yeah. So we have Vaughn Index, wins above win, and wins per game over here.
And boy whores. Tatis hasn't played short for 2 years, pal. That's from John Scores in the YouTube chat.
I feel like he still sometimes plays short. I don't know.
I think in his company softball league, but not with the Padres as much.
He was hurt for a year. I don't know. Mookie Betts now plays short.
No.
Or he did play short?
Usually right field or second base.
But didn't he move to short last year?
He has played short
for a couple
at
games.
times.
Well, maybe these guys could stick to a damn position.
Well,
Devers.
don't get mad at him.
It's confusing me. That's maybe why I'm so bad at
They
fantasy.
put him in right field based on his numbers of wins against win.
Thank you.
See? That thing's got traction already. Ladies and gentlemen, email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. Coming up on the Stiefel dossier. Josh Schertz, 10 o'clock. Jamie Rivers on the Four Nations Championship game. And he's going to join us at 10:20.
Okay.
There's your Stiefel dossier. The program is The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. I know there's snow on the ground. I know it's freezing out. But here's the thing. it's going to get warm. And when it gets warm, you're going to want to be outside, and you're going to be able to enjoy the beautiful outdoor weather that we get in the spring and the fall in the St. Louis area. And that's where aesthetic design and build comes into play. They have been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. That's Dan at Aesthetic Design and Build. He has a great team. I've been to their showroom in Chesterfield Valley. Who was so impressed. I had them come to my home to talk about doing business, and really impressed by not only the products that they design, and again, it's custom, but also their sales process. It's just not a high-pressure sales route, and I think people appreciate that. They are online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com, or you can call them at 636-532-5008. It's Aesthetic Design and Build online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com, and tell them Tim sent you. Yeah. STL. Doug, here's my favorite part.
And roar.
Take a listen to this bridge. Yeah, I felt like that was a double entendre. Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After. It's the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Mark's online at evergreenstl.com. Josh Schertz and Jamie Rivers in the 10 o'clock hour. That's on the Stiefel dossier. Major League Baseball is ramping up its efforts to address the ongoing issue of blackouts with an ambitious direct-to-consumer initiative. But despite its progress, a lot of fans are still left out in the cold. Thank you. Sportsnet New York, home to the Mets broadcast, announced the launch of a standalone streaming service yesterday. Now fans can stream the broadcast team of Gary Cohen, Keith Hernandez, and Ron Darling directly without needing a traditional cable package. SNY's shift allows cord cutters to enjoy Mets coverage while also addressing the growing problem of blackouts. The move places SNY as the 22nd team broadcaster to offer in-market streaming outside of cable, making it the 9th to launch a standalone service this year. While this is groundbreaking for Mets fans and helps chip away at the blackout issue, it also leaves out-of-market fans in the lurch. If you read the fine print, this is strictly for in-market fans, or, as the Athletics' Evan Drellich notes, it includes those in New York, Connecticut, New Jersey, and parts of Pennsylvania. The solution has a key limitation. It is only available to in-market fans. So, say if you're in North Carolina, you are out of luck. So, the blackout issue continues to be a problem for baseball.
Might want to get it figured out. Still a thing.
They've had some time to figure it out, too.
Yeah.
They've had a few years now to say, well, we got to stop this blackout nonsense.
And that Andrew Marchand podcast that I was telling you about yesterday on the program, for those of you who are listening in the 7 o'clock hour, and he does this thing where you subscribe to it. I think it's $5.99 a month. You can connect it to iTunes if you're a subscriber, so I was able to do that and was listening to it. And one of the topics that he was discussing is ESPN has a deal with Major League Baseball paying $550 million for the rights. But they also have an opt-out, kind of like Alex Bregman in Boston. And the expectation is they are going to opt out after this year. They are getting very little return on investment for their baseball contract. And so the thought process is they will be opting out of their MLB national deal at ESPN. And there is a bigger hit for these organizations that... if you're doing the math, 30 teams, $550 million. Doug, you went to Kirkwood. You should be able to do that. About $18 million.
I would need a slide rule to be able to figure that out.
So there's another hit to the Cardinals and to all the teams, but because of the television revenue. Now, you understand that just because ESPN opts out, that they just don't lose all of it. Another organization, you would think, and one of Marchand's guests, and I don't recall what this, it wasn't John O'Ryan, who used to be with the Sports Business Journal, now with Puck, was a different co-host filling in, but he is of the opinion that Netflix is going to get in the baseball business. But ESPN cut a deal with Roku, and they only have to pay $10 million. Now, they're not getting the same deal that ESPN is, but people at ESPN are going, what in the hell is this? We're paying $550 million. We don't get the World Series. Fox has the World Series. What is this?
That's not a big difference in money, $490 million.
Right. Oh, actually, $540 million.
Oh, yeah. I thought you said 500. Yeah.
That was a problem. Which is the operating.
No, that's different.
That's the operating revenue of the Los Angeles Dodgers right there.
But isn't Amazon, Netflix, Peacock's already involved to some degree? I bet you anything, baseball's like, all right, fine, we'll farm it out. There's always some streaming device willing to pay. It's not good for the fans, but
will that total get you to $550 million? You know,
a la carte like that.
Yeah.
Right.
I do like when the Roku games are very easy to access if you do have Roku. I will say that. Same with Apple.
What percentage of the audience you think has Roku?
20%.
I'm going to go under on that.
20%.
Shea had it at our Airbnb.
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, who will be representing himself now. Talk about people opting out. He's now his own agent.
How would get groomed into Shea Gilgeous-Alexander's representation topic, Doug?
We had the Roku at our Airbnb, and then if you clicked on the Netflix, Tim, it would say Shea, S-H-A, is signed in. So Jackson could watch whatever he wanted because
I logged some
Probably the next door neighbor.
I logged some neighbors. I logged some numbers on that.
Now, can any smart TV get Roku?
Roku is a external piece of hardware that you plug into your TV. It's like a Fire Stick.
Like a Fire Stick,
Yeah.
Okay.
But you can get almost any channel. I think Fox 2 is going on Roku soon, but in that Airbnb in Palm Beach Gardens, you could watch Philadelphia news, New York news, D.C., Atlanta.
All the things you really don't want to watch.
Well, correct.
Right there available for you.
Says you were watching that Miami news, standing 3 feet in front of it.
Well, but I was being in the news business for so long, I have a particular interest in seeing what's going on.
Certainly.
The average Joe wouldn't have much interest in watching news from other cities.
Well, but if you, I don't know what the percentage is on, but if you're from Philly and you live in Arizona or you live in Florida, you could watch
I guess
hometown
you could.
news. Yeah.
I guess
people are right now. I hate to crowdsource him. I want to know who is listening in the destination furthest from St. Louis. We've got Sanibel. We know that. We get some Aspen. We get some Texas. Anybody overseas right now? Who was the military guy that called in?
Right now, there's someone listening in Singapore. I would bet my
How do you know?
Yeah, Singapore. Jackson sees the streaming and podcast numbers, and we have a high percentage in Singapore.
How are we doing in Java?
I don't know about the numbers in Java or the rest of Southeast Asia.
What about New Zealand? Time change.
Oceania, I'm not sure we're big in.
You like that, Doug? Oceania?
Not
I had a
really.
feeling you didn't like it. Well, it's
Not really.
Josh Schertz if he likes it. He is going to join us coming up in the next segment. Friend of the show / co-host. And Martin, you're going to hold him accountable.
I am pushing back onboard. I've texted Heim. We're going to push back onboarding so that we can talk to Coach
Because you
Schertz.
think he's scheduled 10 o'clock to try to avoid you holding him accountable.
That's my read. But other people are texting and they're listening in Granite City. They're listening in Oakville. I was kind of thinking a little further, but that's okay.
What would be closer, Oakville or Granite City to here? Probably, I don't know, maybe Granite City.
Wow. You're a takesmith.
I got a Tampa, and they're from the 813.
Think that's Greg Vaughn?
Okay. Probably not. No.
Skybury.
No.
Who lives in Tampa? Someone does.
Keisha Gray.
Keisha Gray, thank you.
Yeah, and she fell into the bay.
No, that was
Lana Rhodes. You got to do some show prep, man.
Gosh, I
now that we're on HD1.
They
A
all
guy
sound
named
so different.
Jose is in the YouTube chat and says he's listening in Ibiza.
You should be listening in Palm Springs.
What that?
It's Ibiza.
It is Ibiza, Doug.
And where is that exactly?
Spain.
Yeah.
We got a guy listening in Maryland. I'm waiting for him to say Heights.
Yeah. That could be Carnegie Strode. Ladies and gentlemen, Josh Schertz coming up. This is TMA 101 ESPN. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne able to delay onboarding today. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's nice.
I'm holding this coach accountable, Tim. I am not leaving.
Wow.
Nope.
So you think that our co-host / Billiken head coach, Josh Schertz, scheduled joining us at 10 o'clock because he knows you on board and he didn't want to deal.
Yep. Coach was trying to skip out on me, Tim.
That's what was going on?
Yep.
All right. Well, we welcome to the Callier and Thompson phone lines. He can defend himself now. Friend of the program / co-host. He also coaches the St. Louis University Billikens, Josh Schertz. Good morning, Coach.
Morning. How's it going? I did not. Yeah, I was unaware that Martin usually 10 o'clock, 10 to like 2 p.m. is his onboarding time. So I didn't realize he was going to do that.
It is a 4-hour process every day.
That's true.
20 hours a week of onboarding. Most people complete that process much quicker. But
I know. It's a lot. We're very, very corporate here, Coach. Very corporate. What do you guys got? You don't have a game till Saturday. Is that a good thing, bad thing? How do you view it?
I view it as a good thing. I think we were tired. We had a stretch, call it like it is. We had 7 games in about, I think, 19 or 20 days, and 6 of them were quad 2, quad 1 games, 4 on the road, a lot of travel, and we were in all 7, went 2 and 5 in that stretch, which obviously is disappointing. But I think our guys were physically gassed as maybe mentally fatigued. When you're playing so many guys, those guys so many minutes. And I think the break came at a good time. It kind of, we approached this week. I think the biggest thing was we gave them off. We played Friday night. We gave them off Saturday, Sunday. We came back to work Monday, but just did film and some skill development, didn't practice. And then yesterday we practiced, but practiced all in the half court. And so today is the first day we'll really go, up and down live. And they've kind of had, 3 days and then a 4th day to kind of get their legs under them, get their minds refreshed. And we cleaned up some stuff in the half court yesterday. Today we'll get back to work and start building back, to try to make sure we're better for this stretch run. We got 5 games left. And as I told them, outside of a regular season championship, everything else is in our control. We're in 5th, but we have a chance to finish, obviously, top 4. We play Loyola, Dayton here down the stretch. A double bye is in play, and everything else that we want is in play. So it's on us to get a little bit better.
With the season in general, is this about what you thought you'd get, or are you disappointed?
No, you always go in. No one wants to be. Well, I guess some people want to be, 14 and 12 or 7 and 6 in the league. But no, you don't. You want to be competing for a league championship. I think when you go into a season, I always say, there's going to be a variety of unforeseen circumstances that are going to arise, and sometimes those are really good unforeseen circumstances. A player elevates his game. A guy you bring in works out. Last year I would have said, man, I couldn't have foreseen that Ryan Conwell and Isaiah Swope would fit so seamlessly, or that Jason Kent was going to jump from a 5.2 rebound a game guy to a 14 and 8, right? I couldn't have foreseen those things, and those things really worked in our favor and helped propel us to 32 wins. I would say this year, I couldn't have foreseen in the preseason that, man, we're gonna be playing without 4 of our top players. We're going to, be kind of, decimated with injuries, shorthanded. Again, that doesn't mean that we can't win, because we certainly have enough and have shown we have enough, and we've, beaten VCU and George Mason overtime. Those are the top 2 teams in the league. We've had every chance, for the most part, except for VCU at VCU, to win every game we played in the league. And so, it's not that, but I think, those circumstances have made it challenging. It's our bench is all freshmen. It's a couple of guys we thought Dylan Warlick was redshirting. We had talked about that with Max Bakar. We had a couple of guys who were likely going to redshirt that have had to play, and not just play, but play like as 6th and 7th men with the injuries. So 14 and 12 is not where you want to be, or 7 and 6 in the league. But I also know this, the season's not over, and this team has a chance to write its own story and finish this in a good way. We have 5 games left, and you go out and you take care of your business and with everything we've dealt with, could finish in the top 4 would be a pretty significant accomplishment, and I think this group is locked into trying to accomplish that.
Billiken's head coach Josh Schertz, our guest here on TMA. He's with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. This is 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, where you can watch the show and our conversation. How difficult is it to balance the team's performance and it not living up to what you thought it would be, and I think what some Billiken fans certainly were hoping it was going to be and thought it would be, versus the real reality, which you just made reference to, that you've been decimated by injuries? Because I would imagine psychologically you don't want to send that message to your players, and then also, I guess, for lack of a better term, Coach, politically, you don't want to harp on that publicly, because then it sounds like you're making an excuse. But from a realistic standpoint, that is the core issue. And I'm not saying it because we've gotten to know you and you've been on the show. That's just the math. I mean, that's a real thing. So how do you handle that messaging both to your staff, your players, and then when you're talking on shows like this one?
Yeah, I mean, look, we want to be a no excuses program. I was talking to actually Drew Valentine and Coach Loyola for their game, and they went through a stretch where, they didn't have two of their starters, and then one of their key bench guys, and they were, at the time this happened, they were 9-0, and they proceeded to lose 5 straight. And that's a part of this. You got to be able to navigate injuries. Coaching is taking the personnel you have available and maximizing that personnel and making sure that the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. I think that, in essence, in any sport, is coaching, as Doug would attest to, as he knows well.
Yeah, that's right. That better than anybody.
As a Wizard of Crestwood knows, I'm not saying that he doesn't know, but that is the essence of coaching. So, and we're not going to sit there. And that's one thing I'm really proud of these guys is nobody's making excuses. Nobody's going, woe is me. Would it be great to have a healthy Kellen Fames out there? Of course, he was averaging the first 4 games of the year when he was fully healthy. He was averaging almost 15 points and 8 rebounds a game. Could we use that? Yeah. Of course, we could use a guy averaging, 15 and 8 and all the other intangible things that he brings to the table. As like experienced guys, Josiah Dotzler, Larry Hughes, AJ Casey, you could use all those guys. But at the end of the day, my job is to maximize the group we have and to make sure that we're putting a product together that gives us a chance to win every single game, and whatever that might look like. And so it's been these are part of the deal. You like I said, you tackle these challenges and it makes you a better coach. And I think these guys, to their credit, they have really grown in their ability. From my standpoint, when I left Illinois State, where we got beat and we were down, I believe 23 in the first half, and we had played Wichita State and got, just ran through, kind of quit second half and lost by 25. I wouldn't have, at that point, because I kind of knew where we were injured, all the injury stuff had already happened by that point. I thought we'd be lucky to win 5 games in the league, to be honest with you, because I'm like, we're just so soft and we don't have enough. And these guys have made, in that area, in terms of their resilience, their competitive spirit, those things, man, I am so impressed with their growth, their trajectory. It's really, that part's been rewarding because they fight. I mean, they fight, they scratch, they claw, and we're not, I said this before after the UMass game, we're flawed, which we are, but we fight, and they're a resilient group. They're tough. They care about each other. They care about winning. They're putting their best foot forward. I don't go on this bye week and look at us at 14-12 or 7-6 in the league and feel like they're not giving me what they have. To the contrary, I really think they are giving me everything that they have. Can we play better? Absolutely. Do we need to play better? Yes. Are there areas we can clean up and do things at a higher level on both ends of the floor? For sure. That's on me. That's on coaching. But I don't look at this group and say, man, there's more in the tank. They're not competing well. They're not fighting. They're doing all those things. And so now it's, the chasm between us and the top of the league, if you take VCU and George Mason, who were 1-2, we split with VCU and we lost in overtime by 2 points to George Mason. Dayton's a good team. that game was decided in the final minute at home. We got to go back there. So we know, kind of where we are. Like I said, we're 5th place in the Atlantic 10 as of today, with 5 games left, the conference tournament, and a chance to, as we said, finish this story the right way and put ourselves in position. We know if we can get a little better, we think we're good enough, whether we're top 4 or not, to make a run in D.C. and put ourselves in position to finish the season where we wanted to, which was in the NCAA tournament.
Your starting 5 all play 30 minutes or more, leading the way. Gibson Jimerson nearly 38 minutes a game. You've got Isaiah Swope at 36.5. Because of that math, do you do anything differently, knowing your bench is super lean? Do you change it up at all? Do you have to coach around those minutes? You know what I'm saying? Have you had to alter things because of that?
Yeah, I mean, you alter practice a little bit. You try to split the reps. You try to take some of the wear and tear off their legs. I'm trying to play Gibson to his age, minutes to age equivalency. So 38 years old, 38 minutes a game.
Oh, wow.
That's what I'm gunning for. Yeah, I'm just going right for
38 years old.
That's Doug's material.
Symmetrical minutes. I'm trying to get symmetrical in terms of minutes to no. But Gibb's been. I mean, those guys are Iron Men. Gibb and Isaiah are 2 of the highest minute guys in the country. And again, 2 guys who are giving us every ounce of what they have. Isaiah, practices, but not as often because of his knee. He's got a knee issue that he dealt with last year, had surgery on that's, providing some issues. So he doesn't practice, nearly as much as the other guys. And so you provide rest there. He pretty much, is doing a lot of the games, but you try to tweak it. I think the thing you try to do when you buy guys rest is try to get them rest around the media timeouts. That's what we're shooting for, is to get them rest as close as we can to the media timeouts, to try to blend that in. And then second half is a little bit different. We've had a discussion, but in college basketball, second half generally has 7 media timeouts, where the first half has 4, because second half you have the 4 medias that come with each half, plus the first timeout, first 30-second becomes a media, plus each coach gets to use their full timeouts in that second half. So you can kind of manage the rest a little bit better in half 2 than in half 1. But the reality is, my hope is that our bench can be a little more consistent. Now we're asking young guys, freshmen, to be more consistent, but it's February, it's time. And if those guys can be more consistent in their production, because our margins are so small, we don't have enough margin for error to come in and make a few mistakes. We got to be dialed in, but I'd like to see if we can get those guys a little more rest. But certainly we've had to tweak. We're playing a little bit slower. We're playing more zone. We're not as disruptive defensively. There's a variety of areas that having such a short bench as kind of, you could see it kind of as manifested itself in different areas that, maybe aren't as good as you'd want them to be.
Tim, I'm going to go by, if he's going to be the Wizard of Crestwood, I've been doing some coaching. I'd like to be the Dean of De Pere.
Oh, wow.
If that's okay.
Not bad.
Okay.
It's always
this is a whole show's about self-proclaimed stuff, so I got to figure out, that's good. And then we got the dish, Brian Kunderman. Everybody's kind of on the. We got to figure out a nickname for Martin's. Got to self-proclaim him something. I don't know. We'll see.
I'm the Dean of De Pere. Tim is the one at the end of the bench. No offense to Tim.
Now, what does that mean right there?
Crestwood. We got the Dean of De Pere.
And then Tim's at the end of the bench. So I don't.
Tim's got nothing.
I got nothing.
There we go. Clip that off.
Coach, real quickly, you get to be on a show with the Dean of De Pere and the Wizard of Crestwood, and then me sitting at the end of the bench. Rick Pitino is on with Mike Krzyzewski. I would think that this is a bigger deal, all due respect to Krzyzewski, of course. And he was on with Krzyzewski, and he said, I think the Big East needs to bond with the ACC, create a super conference to be able to compete. And then he said, and then we need to add schools like St. Louis University to the conference. Now, I know this isn't your jurisdiction, but since you're a co-host, you can shoot from the hip with us. What do you think about what Coach Pitino said?
I think it's going to be very interesting to see how this all plays out, because, he's right in that the Big East, without this football market, really what the monopoly is right now is certainly the Big Ten and SEC, because of the amount of money that those schools are bringing in. Those two conferences have kind of separated themselves even from the ACC and the Big 12, and there's a gap between the Big 12 and the ACC and the Big East because of no football. So I do think it's going to be a very interesting, next 24 months to see kind of where the Big East, how they kind of reinvent themselves. Certainly, our goal at St. Louis is to position ourselves as well as we can in this changing landscape, whether that's how we're doing NIL, our approach there to the conference we're in. It's about competing at the highest level, and certainly I think that's, you're always looking at what are they going to do, what's going to happen with the A10, what's going to happen with the Big East. Some of these conferences that are elite basketball leagues that don't have that football TV revenue. How do you navigate this next step? And that's what's coming here as the revenue sharing goes in house, and that becomes a big part of this. And I think you're going to see a very interesting 12 to 24 months in college athletics across the board, and certainly interested to see what happens here. And I'm always, anything Coach Pitino says, I'm usually pretty much on board with. He's he's one of the best of all time, certainly.
How about that? All right, Doug. Billikens. Maybe they'd be in the mix. Maybe we'd be in the mix. I don't know.
Could be. That'd be fun. Yeah.
Coach, we always appreciate the conversation. And I know it's an honor to be on with the Dean of DePere and the Wizard of Crestwood.
Well, Pitino gets on with Krzyzewski, but I guarantee, I don't know Doug's record or Martin's record, but I'm pretty sure they combined have way more wins than Coach K. So
that's true.
With nicknames like Coach K doesn't have really any cool nickname. I mean, Coach K versus Dean of DePere or Wizard of Crestwood.
Right.
Yeah.
We win.
Yeah, you'd much rather be on this program. Coach, always enjoy it. Thanks so much for the time. Good luck this Saturday.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. We'll talk soon.
All right. Thank you. That's Coach Josh Schertz, friend of the program. I figured I'd ask the question about the Pitino thing. I think I got a lot out of that. He's on board, don't you think?
Without saying it directly, I think of course he would love to be in the Big East or part of an expanded ACC.
That's one of those questions that sometimes one of the three of us has to go, okay, I'll take the hit. I'll ask the question. I know we're going to get slapped down, but you got to do it. And then we got something. Yeah. I mean, listen, I would imagine Billiken fans would be like, that'd be incredible.
Over the moon, for sure.
Think about who'd be coming through. Jackson, you want me to break, or you want to go right to Jamie Rivers?
Break.
You're the captain. You got the C on your sweater, right? Jamie Rivers is going to join us coming up.
You're the captain of Creve Coeur.
Yeah, you're the captain of Creve Coeur. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Team USA defenseman Charlie McAvoy remains hospitalized at Massachusetts General with an infection in his right shoulder as well as significant injury to his AC joints, the Boston Bruins announced today. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back. Because Jackson's big delay in between the sponsor, the great Johnny Londoff, and Charlie McAvoy, I feel like he delayed Jamie Rivers coming on even more, and therefore I want to get right to him because I don't think that's fair to Jamie Rivers. He joins us now on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Jamie.
Good morning, guys. In fairness to Jackson, I fumbled the ball today. I had my phone on silent this morning, forgot that it was Wednesday morning. Didn't forget about you guys because I love you guys. I just forgot it was Wednesday morning. So this one's on me.
Wow, Jackson, how about that?
Hey, listen, it's
a peace offering.
And well accepted. It's accepted, Jamie.
Oh, my gosh. That's big of you.
Water right under that bridge.
Not bad.
Awesome.
Jamie Rivers with us here on TMA 101 ESPN, our guest on Wednesdays. I mean, man, I don't know if I can recall in the last decade for sure a game with as much anticipation as what we have on the docket tomorrow night at 7 p.m. What do you think?
Oh, my God. How awesome is this?
It's the greatest.
I mean, the other night, we're in a little hockey tournament for my girlfriend's son, and they had a projector set up in the little, the conference rooms all the kids could watch. And these young kids are watching their heroes. And then 9 seconds in, it's a bloodbath. I mean, it was just amazing. I mean, gotta love those Kachuk boys. I mean, I text Big Walt 5 minutes after it happened and Chantal. And I said, God, I love your boys. I mean, they're awesome.
Now, you were born and raised in Canada, but have lived much of your adult life in the United States. You like living here, so who do you cheer? Who do you root for? Is there a question there?
Well, Doug, here's the way I process this or work my way through it. And we said this on the fast one because the guys like to give me crap on my show too.
Yeah.
They said, well, your home country's Canada. No, you got it wrong, guys. My home country's the United States of America. My birth country is Canada. So, and I haven't been in Canada since I was 19 years old. I haven't lived there. So really, I've lived in America a lot longer. I know one thing. I've certainly paid a lot more taxes in the United States than America. So even though it's going to be I guess the easy way out for me is it's a win-win because I'm happy whoever wins, but I'll be completely honest with you. I'm pulling for the Kachuk boys.
Yeah. I'm big into golf, and I know most people aren't watching TGL, but I saw Keegan Bradley and Rory McIlroy BSing about it when I was watching that thing 2 nights ago. And they're like, man, how great are the Kachuk brothers? These guys have gone from, and listen, if you're a hockey fan, you absolutely know about them. But I think now they're transcending the sport of hockey, and there are going to be millions of people in the United States who normally wouldn't be watching a hockey game on Thursday night who are going to be tuned in for this thing. And these are the two guys who are going to be the focal point going into it. It's really establishing a brand and an appreciation of their style of play and their talent.
I mean, how wild is this, guys? Like, think about it for a second. Like you said, Tim, the Kachuk name in the hockey world is one. We get it. But if you're not a hockey fan, if you're a basketball fan, if you're a baseball fan, whatever it is that floats your boat, there's not one person that turned on ESPN the next day or went for social media and didn't know who the Kachuk boys were.
Yeah.
You got people from different walks of life. I saw tweets from politicians talking about, how about those Kachucks? Like, it's just crazy to think that they've become these, I guess I will say, international stars at this point. For one, their talent. Let's not overlook that. They had 5 points combined in the first game against Finland. They were dominating the game from a skill level. Then you add the physicality. And who doesn't love that traditional power forward? Just like their dad. Who doesn't love guys who score 40 goals and get 200 penalty minutes? I mean, those guys are just, that's what people dream about, is that blue-collar person that has this extraordinary talent at the same time.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing about the tournament is we've seen some people get hurt, but I guess if if that's you playing and these games are so meaningful, you just do whatever it takes, right, to win and worry about getting hurt later?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said yesterday on passing, the GMs and the owners are holding their breath every single time their players get on the ice. But the players don't care. This is bigger than, being injured for a week or two, whatnot. Like, think about it. The Tkachuk boys, Austin Matthews, some of the guys, this is the most meaningful international game they've played in 10 years.
Yep.
So, it used to be a huge thing for country to play against country, specifically when you had the big three, I'll call them, which is Canada, U.S., and Russia. Those are the big three for a lot of the Olympics. Sweden has caught up quite a bit. They're doing a real good job there. But when you're able to play against the other countries best, it just feels different, man. It's like us against them. And even though you have that mentality, league games or the Stanley Cup playoffs, you're on a team with a guy, but you're not necessarily bonded or connected from the roots, meaning that you're from the same area, the same country. You're putting on the flag at the same time to go and represent not just your team, but the entire country. And don't make no mistake, right now, because of the Tkachuks and what happened the other night, so many people in the United States right now are going to be watching this game. And that means a lot. It means a lot for those guys who are on the flag, and it means a lot for those guys who are in the Canadian flag up in Canada. Like, this is the clash of the Titans. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's one that so many people who normally wouldn't be watching will be watching tomorrow night. We don't get too many moments like that in sports. You have your obvious ones that you can expect, such as the Super Bowl, but this is a different deal. It's a great opportunity for hockey. It's a great opportunity for the Tkachuks, and cannot wait. It will be the United States and Canada tomorrow night, 7 p.m., and that will be right here on 101 ESPN pregame, 6 p.m. puck drop at 7 p.m. Jamie Rivers with us every Wednesday here on TMA. Before we let you go, I do want to go with one Blues question. Braden Shen talked about the possibility of being traded yesterday. We had Doug Armstrong on the show at 8:45 this morning, Jamie, and he said, yeah, if we win against Winnipeg and we go on a bit of a tear, then maybe that changes my mind, but I understand the situation, that the perception is we're probably going to be, if we are dealing, we would be more in the selling category. What is your perspective on that? And I don't know if Shen's comments stood out to you or Doug Armstrong's comments stood out to you in any capacity.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to read through some of the answers you get because as a player, like you only know so much
right.
of what's been going on. If you're Doug Armstrong, you know exactly what you're doing, but you're certainly not leaking any really valuable information just for the sake of not losing leverage to another team or somebody finding out your plan. Or even the players realizing that, maybe he's going to start dealing, and then all of a sudden that changes. So my overall perception of the situation, and I said this yesterday, if you do trade Braden Shen, you might as well trade Paul, Leddy, Sundqvist, anybody with term left on their deal that is a veteran player. Because to me, that signals rebuild at that point. You don't have depth at the center position at all for that matter. So if you trade your number 2 center, who's really been your number 1 center for most of the year because of how well that line is played, if you trade him, what do you have? What are you filling the void with? You don't really have anything to fill the void. So then you might as well tear it down to the studs, and then next year and the year after go full-blown youth movement. So that, to me, is the big decision that Doug Armstrong has to make is if he takes away the cornerstone piece of this team, the captain, a guy who's playing really well this year, a guy that St. Louis loves. I mean, he screams blue-collar St. Louis. If you move on from that player, you have to tear it down because then you're just going to be like the Cardinals. No offense to the Cardinals, but you're going to stay in that mushy middle forever, signing older guys, filling the gap, plugging the holes. Like, you're not going to move the ball forward. So that's my overall take on all of this. If Braden Shen gets traded, I think you have to move along from a lot of the other guys, too.
Yeah, it's an interesting observation. A good analogy there on the Cardinals being in that purgatory as well. Jamie Rivers every day from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. here on 101 ESPN with the Fast Lane. Jamie, appreciate the time, man. Thanks so much.
Appreciate you guys. Take care, man.
Thanks. Jamie Rivers with us here on the Cale and Thompson phone lines. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Universal Windows Direct is a loyal sponsor of The Morning After, and we always say support the sponsors. That's the name of the game. It's how the show's been around for so long. If you are in a spot where you're sitting there going, man, my windows, I feel a draft anytime I stand in front of them, and my energy bills are higher than I thought they would be. It's time to make a change, and that's where Universal Windows Direct comes into play. They have a deal that you can't resist. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and there is no limit. Need 4 windows? You pay for 2. Need 20? You pay for 10. It's the perfect way to save big while upgrading your home. And that's not all. Universal Windows Direct is also offering no-interest financing for 3 years. That's 36 months of easy payments with 0% interest. Already have a price from another company? Universal Windows Direct will beat it, so you know that you are getting the best deal. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. This February, fall in love with your windows, fall in love with your home, and like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. This is the Morning After. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. We have been joined today by the following guests: Doug Armstrong, Josh Schertz, and just now, Jamie Rivers. You want to listen to any of it, you can podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. Schaefer Door, man, when we have temperatures like this, that's the time when garage door springs break. So if you have that happening and you're going, oh, man, I am doomed. You might be doomed for an hour or two, but you go to schaeferdoor.com at SCHAEFER door.com, and they are going to be out there to take care of it very quickly. Doug has worked with them a couple of times in the last year, so he knows just how good work of Jason Gosrow and his staff do at schaeferdoor.com. You can call or text 636-782-3608. That number is set up specifically for TMA listeners. They also service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. Go to schaeferdoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a CHI overhead door dealer. We've got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way here in about 10 minutes. Doug was talking about how fun the standings are to see JV golf coach and Buck Swope tied at the top, but then to have people like Misty Plops with a win, the Calcified Ear with a win, and then the YouTube chat has 2 wins. And
even
I know,
more fun.
Yeah, that's what makes it so much fun, because I know in the YouTube chat they feel like they don't get read, and that Chairman Curtin Jackson only put Buck Swope and a JV golf coach and a self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom in the filtered file, but then somebody breaks free from the YouTube chat, and on top of it, the YouTube chat calls themselves the YouTube chat, paying
weird
homage to the YouTube chat. So he's kind of become their little champion. Yeah. He is to the YouTube chat what Sean Astin is to me and all the other guys wearing lifts right now.
What is that?
Well, he broke free and sacked the Georgia Tech quarterback at the end of Rudy.
Did. He sure enough
busted through that offensive line.
Yeah. Bull rush. I'm sure it happened just that way, too.
Exactly right. So that's what the YouTube chat's representing. And now he gets a chance to go up against Buck Swope and his JV golf coach. This has to be fun for him and his family.
It's a good time for all of St. Louis, really. Wild times.
That's exactly right.
Off the hizzle.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air sponsored the email today, Doug.
Well, Design Air is going to play an important role in the next few days here in St. Louis. If something goes wrong with your furnace, you're going to say, wow, I can't wait any longer. I got to call somebody, and I got to have something done right now. That's where Design Air comes in. Seth Goldcamp has a team full of technicians who will get right out there and get you taken care of. And I mean, toot sweet. This is a 4th-generation St. Louis business. They know what they're doing at Design Air Heating and Cooling like no other. The family has served more than 10,000 customers since 1904. Longest running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show. They are known for their honesty and going above and beyond the call of duty and getting out to your house quickly when you have a problem. If you have a problem when it's this cold, you got a real problem to deal with, that's for sure. They were never trying to upsell you, always give you exactly what you need. That's how they train their employees. They take that reputation very, very seriously. They got a website that's easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling now. So for all of your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. Find them online at designairservice.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up, and then BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. And Jackson, who do they have coming up at 11:15? Tanner texted you. Doug, watch this. T-diddy.
T-diddy.
Darren Dredger.
I don't think that's how you pronounce it.
Darren Dreger.
I think that's how you pronounce it.
Yeah.
Okay.
We broke the news on the Shen, possibility of Shen being traded.
That's right. So he's going to be with BK and Ferrario at 11:15. So stick around to hear that guest. That's coming up. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. TMA 101 ESPN shows presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you. And this is not the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling Email Today segment.
It is not.
All right, fair enough. But, Doug, it is a segment where we tell people they can call in the Cale and Thompson phone lines. And Cale and Thompson's right there on Manchester. I have been a customer of Cale and Thompson.
I was a customer just this week. I bought a microwave oven there like 2 days ago.
Nice.
My current microwave went kaput. So I said, well, I know where I'm going. I'm going to Cale and Thompson. They've got all kinds of appliances. They carry the absolute best, but they also have some that will fit in any budget. That's what I got, of course. They have a website that we'd like to show you what some of their reviews are at CalierandThompson.com. I was going to read one or two here. Here's Liz saying she bought a Bosch induction stovetop, last year's model, got an outstanding deal. Salesperson, super helpful, and the guys who delivered it were just phenomenal. Thank you, Liz. How about Liza? I don't know if this is Liza Minnelli, but she left a review. Fantastic install experience, professional and outstanding attention to detail. I am never buying from a big box store again. That's what they do at Cale and Thompson.
There's a difference. It's Cale and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines. What is it, CalierandThompson.com?
It is CalierandThompson.com, a company that you can trust with any kind of redo in your home.
Yeah, they are great. And I have worked with them, and Doug has as well, just this week, for that matter. Ladies and gentlemen, Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling coming up next. This is 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling USA and Canada tomorrow night right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6 p.m. Puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug Stagg is in the YouTube chat. I think Stagg's not a real big fan of the show.
Probably not.
But says he thinks that Buck Swope should not be read last and that I shouldn't give the names of the emailers because they think that you just vote for Buck Swope because it's the last one you heard. Kind of like they think.
I don't always vote for Buck Swope.
Yeah.
Didn't yesterday.
Do you want to fight Stagg down at the Broadway Athletic Club?
No, I'm a fan of free speech. You say whatever you want to say.
Stagg,
doesn't mean it's right.
Jackson, you're a fan of Stagg?
Yeah, not really.
Fair enough. It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email. I'm not going to read who sent it in.
Okay.
Well, how are we going to know who to vote for?
I don't
Numbers?
Like
Numbers 1, 2,
Here's email number 1.
Okay.
Okay, campers, rise and shine, and don't forget your booties, because it's cold out there today. The calendar doesn't say February 2nd, but I feel like Phil Connors reliving the same day over and over. St. Louis got another overnight dusting, so of course schools are once again sitting this one out. That's 7 snow days in 7 weeks, and since my kids were off both Friday and Monday, that means 3 of the last 4 school days have been AMI. That's alternative method of instruction, Doug. And that's where instead of going to class, school kids get to sal in and get educated by this here presentation. Yesterday they learned about how the Four Fox used to broadcast 90 minutes of White's line dancing at In Cahoots every Saturday night, and also how Burger King is a member of the British royal family. Today, they got to learn how by late June, their parents will be able to set their inheritance on fire by betting on sports without driving across the river just in time to degen on rando tennis matches at Wimbledon. The kids also learned about a little picture called Somewhere Under the Rainbow. That's one. The one where a 2'6" gentleman with the alfalfa hairstyle named Panther gets his pencil sharpened.
Wow.
Ours is the type of presentation where an ornery snowplow driver who may or may not be Homer Simpson's alcoholic friend Barney feels free to drop in at any time and show his ignorance toward the basic chemistry that his business relies on. We don't put salt to dry out the roads. We salt the roads because salt water freezes at a lower temperature than 32 degrees. Thus, the salt melts the ice, which makes the roads wetter than a Sibian and then it gets me into a spot where
Don't do it.
So Jackson says for me to bail. I bail. This guy wears the C on his sweater. He has a heavy sweater, Doug.
I think that may have been Buck Swope.
That's email number 1.
Buck Swope. I recognize the writing style.
Well, you're exactly right, Tim. The net is not great in our villa over here, but we'll make do. How was Jupiter? Did you end up staying at our condo? How has St. Louis been? I have missed all of you dishy blokes much. Doug, I miss seeing you at our 5:30 Orange Theory classes donning those way too short Argyle bike shorts.
Ooh, I like those.
Jackson, if Mizzou wins tonight, I will donate an additional $500,000 towards Mizzou's NIL. KG, feel better, you bulky queen. Tim, can we work on a threesome? My pudgy, hung like a tack man baby of a husband has been a stick in the mud during this vacation, and it's safe to say my Sibian has logged some serious mileage in the West Indies.
No.
From Island Time, that's email number 2.
Email number 2.
And finally, dear TMA prize fulfillment team, back in 2018, I was the proud winner of pit passes to the Loop Trolley inaugural ride extravaganza, an event as hyped as it was doomed. Sadly, those passes never arrived, depriving me of front row access to history as St. Louis's most underwhelming transit experiment sputtered to life. Even if they had arrived on time, they'd have been as expired as the city's enthusiasm for the project. But worse than the missing prize was the ridicule, the production team's collective disbelief that a group of functioning adults couldn't grasp the art of buying and using postage stamps. Now, after 3 years of injustice, I ask, how do we make this right? A new prize, a ceremonial apology, a framed photo of the Loop Trolley's final ride as a reminder of what could have been? The choice is yours. I eagerly await your response, though if history is any guide, I won't hold my breath because your email inbox won't open. Doug, that's emailer number 3. And that's
email number 3.
What are you going with?
The first one I thought was probably the best, but he went vile right there at the end. I'll vote for him anyway. Email number 1.
I'm with Doug. Email 1.
Email 1, who is Buck Swope.
I figured it was.
Does that fly in the face of Stagg's theory?
No, but He has a lot of good emails. He's a very profound writer.
Yeah, he just took the lead in the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the month. They asked us to get out on time today, which is a reasonable request from BK and Ferrari, so we got to go. Bye.